Good grief. Today's just one of them days, huh? Okay. Okay. Just continue to YouTube. Okay. You know what? We'll just skip the live panel then. Okay. So we'll just skip it there, since no, it doesn't want to work. Anyway, folks, and yeah, man, I hit this all way too soon. I haven't even put my face on. Give me a sec. But yeah, I'm as amateurish as ever. But I figured, well, I looked back and I realized that that last video I tried to do about Epic the Musical, it didn't have any sound. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you have no viewers. So, let me get my face out. And just down here. And yeah. That works. Yeah, that works. Okay. So there we go. Sorry about all the setup stuff and giving you all the look on the ugly sides, but yeah, what can I say? Today's just been one of them days where everything's been kind of falling apart. So, let's try what we were going to do the other day. We'll try that again. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Ephemeral One, and welcome back to me trying to share what inspires me and things I enjoy. More particularly, what I've been fascinated with is the musical called Epic the Musical, covering the story of Odysseus from the Odyssey, and his journey home after the Trojan War. It's also so well written and well done. Jorge, the guy who was writing the musical and organizing it all, has done an amazing job, and has inspired some incredible animatics that I managed. Like, he's done the premieres. The premiere streams have their own, but of course, because they've all, as you do, you inspire other people, and other people inspire other ones. So I figured I pulled some of my favorite, my absolutely favorite ones of the animatics, because I've gone through so many of them, and I wanted to share them with you all. So, now, last time I did so, I didn't realize that my settings had been screwed up and didn't put any sound, because of course it did. Yeah. Yeah. So, anyway. So, let's try this again from the top. So what I'll be doing is I'll be muting myself, letting the music video play straight, and then I'm going to talk about it. So, yep, starting from the top once again. The Horse and the Infant, the way it starts. Enjoy, folks. Enjoy.
Alright, my brothers, listen closely. Tonight we make the Trojans pay. 10 years of war, they killed us slowly, but now we'll be the ones who slay. Think of your wives and your children. Your families wonder where you've been. They're growing old and yet you're still here. Do what I I say and you'll see them again. Yes, sir. Diomedes will lead the charge. Agamemnon will flank the yards. Menelaus will let our mates through the gates to take the whole city at large. Teucer will shoot any ambush attacking. Little Ajax will stay back. Nestor, secure Helena, protect her. Leo, avenge your father, kill the brothers of Hector. Yes, sir. Find that inner strength now. Use that well of pride. Fight through every pain now. Ask yourself inside, what do you live for? What do you try for? What do you wish for? What do you fight for? What do you live for? What do you try for? What do you wish for? What do you fight for? Penelope, Penelope, and Telemachus. I fight for us. I fight for us. What do you live for? Penelope. What do you try for? Telemachus. What do you wish for? I'm on my way. What do you fight for? Attack! Who was that?
A vision of what is to come cannot be outrun, can only be dealt with right here and now.
Tell me how.
I don't think you're ready. A mission to kill someone's son, a foe who won't run, unlike anyone you have faced before.
Say no more. I know that I'm ready.
I don't think you're ready.
It's just an infant. It's just a boy. What sort of imminent threat does he pose that I cannot avoid?
This is the son of none other than Troy's very own Prince Hector. Know that he will grow from a boy to an avenger, one fumed with rage as you're consumed by age. If you don't end him now, you'll have no one left to save. You can say goodbye to. You can say goodbye to.
I could raise him as my own.
Your house and throne. You'll find him wherever
Make sure his past is never
Gods will make him
known.
known. We're bringing you down on your knees for ya. This is the will of the gods.
Please don't make me do this. Don't make me do this.
The blood on your hands is something you won't lose. All you can choose is whose.
It's amazing how good that is. And taking it back from the top, it's a very much a cold open. Like, it's very much, it picks up at the most famous scene, so it goes without saying. They pulled the Trojan horse into the city.
All right, my brother.
And there's that clock ticking in the background, like we've been waiting and waiting and waiting, just to symbolize that. And then we get Odysseus starting us off, hushed tones, very calm, to start this off.
Just listen closely. Tonight we make the Trojans pay. 10 years of war, they killed us slowly. But now we'll be the ones who slay.
God, and hitting those notes. Slay. Just perfect control of your voice with that.
Think of your wives and your children. Your families wonder where you've been. They're growing old and yet you're still here. Do what I say and you'll see them again.
Yes, sir.
And that's the first time we hear the chant of soldiers in the background agreeing with him, or we've introduced now Odysseus and then the soldiers behind him. And then it starts into this rapid fire, just heavy beats, just dun dun dun.
Lead the charge, Agamemnon will flank the yards. Menelaus will let our mates through the gates to take the whole city at large. Chooser will shoot any ambush attacking, little Ajax will stay back.
I know they call him Little Ajax, but he was a grown man. But everyone has to draw him as this little kid still in the huge Troy helmet. That's still stupid helmet, Greek helmet with it.
Nestor, secure Helen and protect her. Leo, avenge your father, kill the brothers of Hector. Yes, find that inner strength now. Use that well of pride. Fight through every pain now. Ask yourself inside, what do you live for? What do you try for? What do you wish for? What do you fight for? What do you live for? What do you try for? What do you wish for? What do you fight for? Penelope.
And this very vulnerable, soft sound when he even thinks about his wife, is just very sweet song, just that very tender thing of him answering and, revealing his deepest motivations to the crowd.
And Telemachus, I fight for us, I fight for us. Penelope, what do you try for? Telemachus, what do you wish for? I'm on my way. What do you fight for? Attack!
And that, such a great expressive cry of scream of pain, just more surprise than anything. And then we get this.
Who was that?
A vision.
Lightning, an eagle, and then that deep melodic voice. There is no question about who is here and who is speaking to him. He goes unannounced. He isn't introduced in the slightest, but you know exactly who the voice belongs to. That is such of a great use of the common knowledge of the symbology of Greek mythology. And it's clear that Zeus is the one speaking to him. This also helps. This song immediately sets up the character of Odysseus. He's a veteran soldier. He has fought for 10 years. And yet, in a war where the gods have been flip-flopping on sides the entire time.
Of what is to come cannot be outrun, can only be dealt with right here and now.
Tell me how.
I don't think you're ready.
The King of Gods just told Odysseus that he is not ready for what he's asked to do, and yet this is where it helps set up Odysseus' character.
A mission to kill someone's son, a foe who won't run, unlike anyone you have faced before.
Say no more. I
know that I'm ready. The gods themselves are telling him, you're not going to be good about this, but you have to do this. But his response is purely, no, I'm ready. I can do this. I can do this.
I'm ready.
I don't think you're ready.
It's just an...
And again, that very vulnerable, softer tone immediately comes out with the piano and the revelation of, it's a kid.
Infant. It's just a boy. What sort of imminent threat does he pose that I cannot avoid?
This is the son of none other than Troy's very own Prince Hector. Know that he will grow from a boy to an avenger, one fumed with rage as you're consumed by age. If you don't end him now, you'll have no one left to save.
Yeah. And the gods themselves are telling him, this kid will obliterate you. He will end you completely and everyone you love.
You can say goodbye to.
And again, note who's singing this is this background choir. It's not the soldiers we've been introduced to. It's not Odysseus himself. This is a background choir. And you'll note that this is sort of an interesting thing is when the choir shows up and who can call this choir. And you can hear it in, the way that they say, Penelope.
You can say goodbye to.
Note they don't mention his son, which I think is kind of a setup thing of, if he didn't kill the kid, if he didn't kill this boy, this baby, he and his wife would be killed by him as an adult. But I believe that Odysseus' son would have gotten away. That's why they only repeat Penelope and never bring up Telemachus. That's my belief. And again, we're getting a very great, clear image of the kind of person Odysseus is where he's going to try and find ways around it. He's going to come at this from different angles and try and plead with this. And Zeus is just looking at him going, no. That's not going to work. I already know the outcome of this. No. Kill the kid, or you will suffer down the line. He'll find you wherever you go. It doesn't matter. And and he's going, and there's the answer. I'll stop everybody from telling him. And it's like, it's not the people you have to worry about, dude. It's the gods who sided with Troy who are going to be upset at whatever action you take that allows this boy to live will inevitably end up with him finding out, being armed and equipped to wipe you out as you get older. And I love the little quirked eyebrow of the bird. And Zeus just saying, this is the will of the gods. Either you kill the kid, or the kid kills you down the line. This is just the way it has to be.
The gods.
Please don't make me do this. Don't make me do this.
God, the image of the little kid just sucking on his thumb, looking up at Odysseus, just like, who's this dude? Dude, who are you? Just completely innocent.
The blood on your hands.
And this is a theme that comes across the entire story. I absolutely love that they introduced so early. The blood on your hands is something you won't lose. All you can choose...
Something you won't lose. All you can choose is lose.
So you either kill him, or you kill yourself. You're in a position of authority. Bloodshed is inevitable, since the world does not allow this. This is a lesson that keeps coming up that Odysseus refuses to internalize, that he can't outwit everything. There is no ideal solution to every problem. And that's one of the things that makes me regard the Odyssey as a tragedy more than just purely a hero's adventure. I view it as a tragedy. And that's where that's where I tend to approach it from. So anyway, so we'll move on to the next one. But before we do, I want to give a thanks to Gigi, the artist, who did an amazing job and will be coming up multiple times along this playlist. I collected these ones myself from... I collected these as I saw. I'll be putting a edit... I'll edit it and put the description in the link to the playlist in the description. Anyway, moving on to the next song. He's Just a Man.
I look into your eyes and I think back to the sun of mine. You're as old as he was when I left for war. Will these actions haunt my days? Every man I've slain is the price I pay. Endless pain. Close your eyes and spare yourself the view. How could I hurt you? I'm just a man who's trying to go home, even after all the years away from what I've known. I'm just a man who's fighting for his life. Deep down I would trade the world to see my son and wife. I'm just a man. But when does a comet become a meteor? When does a candle become a blaze? When does a man become a monster? When does a ripple become a tidal wave? When does the reason become the blame? When does a man become a monster? I'm just a man.
And another one that we will be seeing multiple times on this playlist is Merxy. They are an incredibly talented artist, and yeah, Just a Man. It's interesting because Odysseus recognizes that he is just human, but he always seems to believe that he can outwit things greater than himself still.
I look into your eyes and
Yeah, every baby looks the same to people.
I think back to
I love this design for Penelope. I truly do.
the sun of mine. You're as old as he was when I left for.
That expression of annoyance, I absolutely adore. Just that look of, fuck, no. Just ruining my day. The necklaces, I forget the exact symbols that there are, but they're a matching pair of symbols that is really nice, well done, little detail. Odysseus's crown, of course, matching with like the laurels representing intelligence. Very nice 100 little detail things about it.
When I left for war. Will these actions haunt my days? Every man I've slain is the price I pay. Endless.
And it's one of those things of showing that Odysseus is actually someone who has trouble with empathy, in that he over empathizes with people. It's a case where I always have to explain to people, like, as a fellow writer, I can explain to I explain to people that one thing a person can have is an incredible amount of empathy, to empathize with someone who doesn't actually exist, and still you will brought to tears regarding their pain, suffering, and misery. Yeah. So, Odysseus is that sort of person who very much feels for everything, and probably spent the better part of the 10 years trying to protect as many innocent civilians and keep them out of the war's way as he could. That doesn't mean he hasn't, and that's one thing we don't get to see a lot of, and the Odyssey skips over because it starts at the end of the Trojan War. When the fact of the matter is, for 10 years at war, barring the long time it probably took to get there, it was a lot of back and forth fighting, but they probably tried their best to, limit the rape and pillaging, at least Odysseus' soldiers probably. I won't get into greater detail than that because, ancient warfare is a miserable affair. I'll put it that way.
Pain, close your eyes and spare yourself the view. How could I hurt you? I'm just a man who's trying to go home, even after all the years away from what I've known. I'm just a man who's fighting for his life. Deep down I would trade the world to see my son and wife. I'm just a man.
And now we get into this very triumphant, questioning sort of refrain that will be used again and again that I absolutely adore.
But when does a comet become a meteor? When does a candle become a blaze? When does a man become a monster?
And here we see that the golden light of empathy, kindness, fades from his eyes as he realizes what his only real choice is.
When does a ripple become a tidal wave? When does the reason become the blame? When does a man become a monster? When does a comet become a meteor? When does a candle become a blaze? When does a man become a monster? Forgive me. Does a man become a monster?
The thing to know is, when this first came out, we weren't actually sure if he actually went through with it. The musical leaves it a little ambiguous at first. We get confirmation later on, but that's one of those things of he's with that soft note, you not sure if he did or if he just hid the kid or who he chose to sacrifice, himself or the child. Alright, and we move on to the next one. The war is over, full speed ahead.
Men, 600 men under my command, with only one goal in mind: make it back alive to our homeland. 600 men, 600 miles of open sea. But the problem's not the distance,
It's what lies in between.
and Ithaca's waiting. My kingdom is waiting. Penelope's waiting.
Captain, you really just 600 men. 600 men with big mouths to feed. And we run out of supplies to eat. First the war of whose scores depleted. 600 men. 600 reasons to take what we can. So Captain, what's the plan? Captain, what's the plan?
Watch where the birds fly. They will lead us to land. There we'll hunt for food, my second in command. Now for speed
We're up, and away we go. We're up, and away we go. We're up, and away we go.
Captain,
Politics.
look! There in the distance, I see an island. I see a light that faintly glows. Maybe they're people lighting a fire. Maybe they'll share some food, who knows?
Something feels off here. I see fire, but there's no smoke.
I say we strike first. We don't have time to waste, so let's raid the place and...
No. Polities, gear up. You win, I'll go ahead.
You and I'll go ahead.
We should try to find a way no one ends up dead.
We don't know what's ahead.
Give me till sunrise, and if we don't return, then 600 men can make this whole place burn. Now for speed ahead. For speed ahead. For speed ahead. We're up, we're off, and away we go. We're up, we're off, and away we go. We're up, we're off, and away we go. We're up, we're off, and full speed ahead.
And we get introduced to the crew and, you know, the most major characters that we need to know for the representing Odysseus's crew. And one of the biggest things is, of course, the two named crewmates of his army, Polites and Eurylochus. So good. And again, another name you'll see, Wolfie the Witch, another fantastic artist who donated their talents to this, and absolutely stunning with the way he's done the ships. I absolutely love it.
Men, 600 men under my command, with only one goal in mind:
Make it back alive to our homeland.
600 men, 600 miles of open sea. But the problem's not the distance,
It's what lies in between.
Giving us previews of what's to come and all the interesting things we'll
and
have.
did they cause waiting? My kingdom is waiting. Penelope's waiting for me. So for speed ahead.
And the echoing, resonating voices of the crew in the background, painting that audio picture of Odysseus at the front of his ship as they just sing and as they row and pull the boat along.
For speed ahead.
It's also worth noting we get to see here a good flex of the guitar that seems to be associated with the guitar instrument, which is pretty much considered Odysseus' own instrument. And where you'll hear then from... because each major character has some kind of instrument or something associated with them. Obviously, Zeus has thunder. You know, Odysseus has, you know, the background of his men currently, and the guitar really is what defines his sound.
Captain, you really just...
And you see the Eurylochus has the backing and representation, always backed up by the rest of the crew.
600 men. 600 men with big mouths to feed. And we've run out of supplies to eat. First the war.
I love this little effect of kicking over the barrel, showing just how empty it is and how little they have left.
600 men, 600 reasons to take what we can. So Captain, what's the plan? Captain, what's the plan?
Watch where the birds fly. They will lead us to land. There will hunt for food, my second in command.
Yeah, even the crew goes, yeah, that's the second in command. He's the guy you go to before you bother Odysseus.
Now for speed
We're off and away we go. We're off and away we go.
Captain.
And then we get introduced to Polites, his best friend. And everyone has this headband or, head wrap that he is so known for, as well as the glasses.
Look! There in the distance.
His very high, more almost falsetto voice, as compared to the more muted Odysseus. I absolutely love it.
I see an island, I see a light that faintly glows. Maybe they're people lighting a fire. Maybe they'll share some food, who knows?
Something feels off here. I see fire, but there's no smoke.
I say we strike first. We don't have time to waste.
And the look on Polites' face as he's suggesting a raid, just that annoyed frustration of, you can tell that Odysseus has been trapped between these two in this argument of trying to spare people and then just taking what they need.
So let's raid the place and...
No. Polites, gear up.
Then you can hear like the violin kicks in, various string instruments that, depending on the time and necessity, will represent Odysseus, I find.
You and I'll go ahead.
You and I'll go ahead.
We should try to find a way no one ends up dead.
We don't know what's ahead.
Give me till sunrise, and if we don't return, then 600 men can make this whole place burn. Now for speed ahead.
And then we hear Odysseus's guitars kick back in, just representing his orders are there, he's given them, and this is what we're going to do. That smug smile on Polites' face is Eurylochus is just standing there going, alright man, it's your funeral, you're the one who's going out there, I ain't dealing with this shit, I'm staying by with the boat. And then what do they find on the island? Let's hear that next.
You can relax, my friend.
Huh?
I can tell you're getting nervous, so do yourself a service and try to relax, my friend.
I'm fine, Polites.
Think of all that we have been through. We'll survive what we get into. I know that you're tired of the war and bloodshed. Tell me, is this how we're supposed to live? Look at how you grip your sword, enough said. Why should we take when we could give? You can show a person that you trust them when you stop and lower your guard. Here we have a chance for some adjustment. Give it a try, it's not that hard. I'm telling you, this life is amazing when you greet it with open arms. Whatever we face, we'll be fine if we're leading from the heart. No matter the place, we can light up the world. Here's how to start. Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms.
Stay back!
My friend, greet the world with open arms.
We're only here for food. 600 friends are waiting for us to show our faces. Stay back, I'm warning you. If we don't get back safely, my men will turn this place into blazes.
See? This life is amazing when you greet it with open arms. Whatever we face, we'll be fine if we're leading from the heart. No matter the place, we can light up the world. Here's how to start. Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms.
My friend, I wish that I could say that I agree, but look at the way this fruit is glowing and filled with glowing seeds. It took me a while to notice just what kind of fruit they eat. It's a lotus, it controls your mind and never lets you free. That's what we'd get with open arms.
Lotus eaters, I'd like to show my friend that kindness is brave. Could you tell me where there's other food to eat? A cave! You're saying there's a cave where we could feast. And where do we sail to find this food-filled cave? Thank you. This life is amazing when you greet it with open arms. I see in your face there's so much guilt inside your heart. So why not replace it and light up the world? Here's how to start. Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms.
Greet the world with open arms.
You can relax, my friend.
So good. And worry about the flash warning. That's the lead-in for the next one. And we get to see Polity's philosophy and how he kind of sticks out from the rest of the crew. Obviously, it's clear that from what we can hear and see that Polites is much more of a light person. Very, open, very honest, very airy, freewheeling.
You can relax, my friend.
Huh?
I can tell you're getting...
And Merxy does such a great job of just animating this absolute annoyance of, he's my best friend, I hate his guts some days, but he's still my best friend, and I know he knows me the best.
Nervous, so do yourself a service and try to relax, my friend.
I'm fine, Polites.
Think of all that we have been through. We'll survive what we get into. I know that you're tired of the war and bloodshed. Tell me, is this how?
And again, things that show like Polites was probably just one of the scouts in the army, because where Odysseus has having to use the sword for sense of balance to cross this log, Polites is just walking across it backwards, just going, dude, what is your problem? Come on, relax.
How we're supposed to live. Look at how you grip your sword. Enough said. Why should we take when we could give? You can show a person that you
He is adorable little images. Odysseus about to fall over.
trust them. When you stop and lower your guard, here we have a chance for some adjustment. Give it a try, it's not that hard.
And the absolute frustration, anger, as he's gonna get splashed, dropped into the water.
I'm telling you, this life is
Polites just doing this strut out of the water, completely unfazed by it. Where Odysseus is just miserable, is just this frustrated. I'm gonna kick his ass so bad, and once this water dries out and I stop chafing.
with open arms. Whatever we face, we'll be fine if we're leading from the heart. No matter the place, we can light up the world. Here's how to start. Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms.
And this oh shit image, I managed to catch it this time. Yeah, this oh shit image of Polites like, okay, we got this, and fuck. How well they do for the Lotus Eaters to make them so ominous.
Stay back!
I mean, showing how mindless they are, they do everything that they do everything Odysseus tells them to, and it just is adorable that they're imaged as this little furry, like, cute characters. I think in the original Odyssey we lose a couple of men because they eat it. A couple of the men eat the lotus plants, and they discover that they basically put you in like a stupor that you eventually just starve to death from.
My friend, greet the world with open arms.
We're only here for food. 600 friends are waiting for us to show our faces. Stay back, I'm warning you. If we don't get back safely, my men will turn this place into blazes.
See?
That just expression, see?
See?
The galaxy eyes, just the big watery eyes, and Odysseus kind of standing there going, oh shit. I'm never gonna hear the end of this.
This life is amazing when you greet it with open arms. Whatever we face,
Them throwing him into the air.
we'll be fine if we're leading from the heart. No matter the place, so we can light up the world. Here's how to start. Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms.
My friend, I wish that I could say that I agree. But look at the way this fruit is glowing and filled with glowing seeds. It took me a while to notice just what kind of fruit they eat. It's a lotus, it controls your mind and never lets you.
I love they're just little guys dancing, just living, eating the lotus, and just kind of living their little lives.
Free. That's what we'd get with open arms.
And you could just hear Politis going, okay, bad example. I'm not wrong, but bad example.
Lotus eaters, I'd like to show my friend that kindness is brave. Could you tell me where there's other food to eat?
And note that one says, the scary cave. You can barely make it out, but yeah, one of them goes, the scary cave.
A cave! You're saying there's a cave where we could feast. And where do we sail to find this food-filled cave? Thank you.
Just this image of Politis being swarmed by these little bastards, just hugging him and going, welcome.
This life is amazing when you greet it with open arms. I see in your face there's so much guilt inside your heart. So why not replace it and light up the world? Here's how to start. Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms.
Greet the world with open arms.
You can relax, my friend.
And just this final image of Politis, just summating his entire character of feeling very open. He's unarmed, he's very clear, and it's just one of those with the little lotus eater on his shoulder. Yeah. And I know that the next little bit leads into the next song, so I'll go quiet and we'll watch the next bit. Hope you enjoy.
Have you forgotten the lessons I taught you?
Athena!
Have you forgotten to turn off your heart? This is not you. I see you changing from how I've designed you. Have you forgotten your purpose? Let me remind you. Goddess of wisdom, master of war. My life has one mission: create the greatest warrior. I had a challenge, a test of skill, a magic bar only the best could kill. One day a boy came for the thrill, a boy whose mind rivaled the bar's own will.
Show yourself. I know you're watching me. Show yourself. I can see you.
How can you see through my spell?
Haha! I was lying, and you fell for my bluff. Haha.
Well done, enlighten me, what's your name?
You first, and maybe I'll do the same.
Nice try, but two can play this game.
Nah, don't be modest. I know you're a goddess, so let's be honest. You are Athena. Badass in the arena. Unmatched, witty, and queen of the best strategies we've seen.
If you're looking for a mentor, I'll make sure your time's well spent.
Sounds like a plan. Goddess and man, best is a friend.
You'll see where it ends.
Okay.
Maybe one day they'll follow me and we'll make a greater tomorrow. Then they'll see I know we'll change the world, 'cause we are the warriors of the mind. Maybe one day we'll reach them and we can build their skills as we teach them. If there's a problem, we'll have the answer. We are the warriors of the mind. I still intend to make sure you don't fall behind. Don't forget that you're a warrior of a very special kind. You are a warrior of the mind. Don't disappoint me.
And there we have a very different point. Offsetting open. I truly do love that we've gotten now basically the background of Odysseus, where he had the trust of like Eurylochus and his men, and he had earned that through obviously he had earned that with Athena's assistance and guidance. She offered her mentorship to him. So teaching him her talents, her knowledge, and he helped spread her name and influence. And there's that sound as we start to enter, as Athena sort of a buzzing to signify Athena starting to talk directly to him outside of where anyone else is aware of.
Have you forgotten the lessons I taught you?
Note that this comes right after Open Arms, where Athena's basically slapping him in the back of the head, going, "That's well and good and all, but are you really this dumb? Or do you really not? I understand Politis is like your best friend, but he's an idiot."
Athena!
Have you forgotten to turn off your heart? This is not you. I see you changing from how I've designed you. Have you forgotten your purpose? Let me remind you.
I love the symbology of the image of himself pulling him into this like mental domain where we have Athena looking at a wall painting basically describing Odysseus, the origin of Odysseus's story.
Goddess of wisdom, master of war, my life has one mission, create the greatest warrior. I had a challenge, a test of skill, a magic bar only the best would kill.
And that smile of Odysseus remembering how his journey began.
One day a boy came for the thrill, a boy whose mind rivaled the bar's own will.
Let's go!
Baby.
And I don't know, I doubt it's his actual father so much as just one of the hunters that was going after the boar, just patting him on the back and going, good work, kid, after he got it.
One day he'll
And just kind of the relief of managing to do it, just making him pass out.
follow me and we'll make a greater tomorrow.
Yeah, so that's probably his actual father, the former king of Ithaca. And everyone just telling him, yeah, he got it. He got it.
His skills as I teach him. If there's a problem, he'll have the answer. He is a warrior of the light.
And him spotting the owl representing Athena. So then later on that night, you can imagine.
Show yourself. I know you're watching me. Show yourself. I can see you.
How can you see through my spell?
The look of shock on his face that, oh fuck, that actually worked.
I was lying, and you fell for my bluff. Aha.
And that's something you'll come to hear enough is the insincere, I'm totally good. I'm right there. I got this. And it's like, no. Insincere where somebody is telling something that's obviously a lie and everyone's just kind of bypassing it. I absolutely adore that. Then there's I love that the design of Athena is hidden here. Looked like she has more black hair until she reveals herself.
Well done, enlighten me, what's your name?
You first, and maybe I'll do the same.
Nice try, but two can play this game.
Nah, don't be modest. I know you're a goddess, so let's be honest. You are Athena. Bad-
God, the background vocals kicking in.
Ass in the arena, unmatched witty and queen of the best strategies we've seen.
And him just gonna trip over his own feet because he's just a dumb kid, and her just picking him up by the arm, lifting him effortlessly, and he's just kind of dangling there going, shit, that was embarrassing. Just everything, like, perfect encapsulation of him just being a dumb kid.
You're looking for a mentor.
And again, puts him down, and he's just kind of like, wow, she's really tall. and she says right out, and this is a flashback, mind you, if you're looking for a mentor,
I'll make sure your time's well spent.
Sounds like a plan. God isn't man, best is a friend.
He'll see where it ends.
Okay.
and she even says, we'll see where it ends.
Maybe one day they'll follow me and we'll make a greater tomorrow. Then they'll see I know we'll change the world 'cause we are the warriors of
And here we get to see Odysseus older, still with the owl on his shoulder, representing Athena's influence.
the mind.
The day he's
Maybe one day we'll reach them and we can build their skills as
being crowned king of Ithaca,
we
and
teach
then
them. If there's a problem,
her following these wall paintings to go behind his throne to represent how her influence has been guiding him this entire time.
we'll have the answer. We are the warriors of the mind. I still intend to make sure you don't fall behind.
I love this line. I still intend to make sure you don't fall behind. You've been gone from your kingdom for a long time, but there's still plenty to learn and to do. And I have every intention of making sure you get home and you have this go through.
Don't forget that you're a warrior of a very special kind.
And it's one of those things of Odysseus isn't completely sold on what's it going to require, what more is she going to ask of me.
You are a warrior of the mind. Don't disappoint me.
I love that flash, and then the song is ended where she's like, just keep doing what you're doing. You've been doing well. You got through the war, you used the horse. We just now need to get you home, so we think we can pick up where things left off. And I love this, him looking back at his own reflection when he hears this and just kind of like, just, you can tell he's not completely sold on it, but it's clear that Athena's words are affecting him. And then from there, we move on to the next song. And that was the end of the opening arc, the Troy arc, where we've effectively just been introduced to all the main cast. Odysseus himself, his men, Eurylochus, his second in command, Polites, his best friend, and the understanding that Athena was his patron goddess. From there, then we pick up onto the next arc, called the Cyclops arc. So, I'll be quiet, and we'll let it play out.
Over here.
Look at all this food. Look at all these sheep. I can't believe this cave has all this for us to keep.
I've gotta hand it to you both. This is quite the treat. There are enough sheep here to feed the entire fleet.
It's almost too perfect, too good to be true. Why would the Lotus Eaters pass up on all this food? Hey there. We're just travelers. We come in peace.
You killed my sheep. My favorite sheep. What gives you the right to deal a pain so deep? Don't you know that pain you sow is pain you reap? Time to drink your blood over where you stand. Your life now is in my hand. Before I'm done, you will learn that it's not so fun to take. You came to my home to steal, but now you'll become my meal. A trade you see, take from you like you took from me.
There's been a misunderstanding. We never came here to steal. But now that I see we've done some damage, maybe you and I can make a deal. I'll give you our finest treasure, so long as we leave alive. You can keep the world's best tasting wine.
Wine?
Have a drink, one sip and you'll understand the power that's in your hands. A wine so fresh, you'd never want to eat human flesh again. Then we shall be on our way. No bloodshed in here today. A trade you see, gift from you and a gift from me.
I'd like to thank you. Stranger, what's your name?
My name is Nobody, Nobody, Nobody.
Nobody. For your gift, I've one to reply.
I'm so glad we see eye to eye.
Yes, you shall be the final man to die.
What? Watch out!
Oh yeah. We start off this one really sinister, and I absolutely love this. Merxie did an amazing job with a very unique interpretation of the Cyclops, and one I absolutely enjoy. And the visuals will stand out fantastically because of this. Oh gods. So we hear the sheep. and we know someone shoots it. Now, remember, this was normally an audio medium. In this case, we know in the visual style, they decided that Odysseus would be the one who shoots the sheep. Though, it's kind of interesting that, it's one of those things of, they shoot it automatically, and then they run up to the rest of them. And then we get to see, Polites coming in. He still has the Lotus Eater on his shoulder. Then the rest of the men, Eurylochus is just coming up over this hill, it looks like.
Look at all this food. Look at all these sheep. I can't believe this cave has all this for us to keep.
And again, we're hearing the naivete of, Athena specifically basically warns him to not be so blind. And yet he lets Polites' assumption, we have all this sheep, this is all for us. It's like, they never once questioned why these sheep would be here.
I've gotta hand it to you both. This is quite the treat. There are enough sheep here to feed the entire fleet.
It's almost too perfect.
It's almost too perfect? It is too perfect.
Too good to be true.
Showing that Odysseus has a good amount of self-awareness versus his two commanding officers who both are just willing to accept it as a good fortune. He's thinking, there's something wrong here. And all too quickly...
Why would the Lotus Eaters pass up on all this food?
And then everything goes dark and you just get that deep, menacing, who are you? Just that visceral... And this amazing design by Merxie as he just appears and it leans over, just clearly so much larger than you. Has to basically crawl down on all fours to get close enough to recognize Odysseus's men. Even though everyone seems to be taller than Odysseus for some reason. Everyone is just agreed across all animatics. Odysseus is 5'5" at best.
Hey there.
I love that Odysseus is now, he's not even singing. He's not part of the musical part. He's just trying to, level things out. And then we can hear the thundering steps, effectively, that each of the bass drops is just each step of this giant thing moving across this cave.
We're just travelers. Come in peace.
Yeah.
You killed my sheep.
And just that... He immediately goes, well, we come in peace. And it's like, you killed a sheep already, man.
My favorite sheep.
I love the little detail, the tears coming down on either side. And, the arrow still sticking out.
What gives you the right to deal a pain so deep? Don't you know that pain you sow is pain you reap?
And there we have something that... A sentiment that Polites would actually agree with hugely is, try to do as little damage because it will come back to you. Greet the world with open arms with no malicious intent.
Time to drink your blood over where you stand.
And using this very childish, simple logic of, you took from me, so I get to take from you.
Your life now is in my hand. Before I'm done, you will learn that it's not so fun to take. You came to my home to steal, but now
that little effect of his hair starting to fall down as he's being dangled in the air, and the Lotus Eater just desperately clinging to his shoulder.
A trade you see, take from you like you took from me.
Again, using very simple, childish logic of, well, this is from mine, so now I get to hurt you.
There's been a misunderstanding. We never came here to steal. But now that I see we've done some damage, maybe you and I can make a deal. I'll give you our finest treasure, so long as we leave alive. You can keep the world's best tasting wine.
Wine?
Have a drink, one sip and you'll understand.
Again, and something I love is, like, the way his eye opens up at the mention of wine. Specifically wine. Like, it's like one of those, he's never had the chance to.
The power that's in your hands, a wine so fresh you'd never want to eat human.
And again, Eurylochus is telling Polites, okay, just get, if it's that's what's going to cost us, we're going to get everyone start pulling your wine out. We'll open your satchel, give him what he needs.
In flesh again, then we shall be on our way. No bloodshed in here today. A trade you see, gift from.
And this malicious, just hooked look of just like, I got him. I managed to con him. I can get my way out of this.
You and a gift from me.
And that look of Polites going, okay, we make it out of this in one piece with no fighting. Perfect.
I'd like to thank you. Stranger, what's your name?
My name is Nobody. Nobody. Nobody.
Nobody.
I love the little detail of, because the Lotus Eater's on his head, so he gets the little tricky devil horns on him as he's standing there trying to, trick him. That's a very nice touch.
For your gift, I've won to be blind.
I'm so glad we see eye.
And the way he responds to this horrible pun, like he's heard it so many times.
Eye to eye.
Yes.
Just, yeah, right. Like, he's letting it go, going, and I would love to cut, I said this before, but I would love to cut this out, this image of Odysseus, and just put it behind, put a nuclear explosion behind him, because it has the same energy of, ha, totally made it, we got it, guys, and it's like, no, I'm a genius, oh no!
You shall be the final man to die.
And this leads straight into the next song, so I'm gonna go quiet and let you enjoy.
What? Watch out! My brothers, the rest of our fleet, they wait at the beach, and if we're defeated, their good is dead. Straight ahead, that is who we're fighting. No backup, no chance for support, so draw out your swords. Our foe must be thwarted right here and now. Show me how great is your will to survive. 600 lives at stake, it's just one life to take. And when we kill him, then our journey's over. No dying on me now, defeat is not allowed. We must live through this day, so fight, fight, fight! Surround him! Attack from behind, keep distance in mind, and stay in his blind spot and strike his heels. Strike the heels! Show him that we're deadly! Exhaust him! Don't let him get close! He's strong
gotta close! What are our orders? Captain! Captain!
You've heard me enough. 600 lives I'll take. 600 lives I'll break. And when I kill you, then my fate is over. You're dying here and now. Escape is not allowed. You won't live through this day now. Die, die.
Yeah, it is one of the most brutal songs in so many ways, but it hits so well. Alright, so we start off with the roar of Polyphemus. Just the Cyclops basically just enraged at what's happened and determined to just wipe out all the intruders into his cave. And there's this heavy drum percussion. It's just in that very military beat of showing that Odysseus is very much just in command mode. These are the skills Athena taught him. These are the skills that have led him to kingship. Him being able to use his men as living extensions of his own will.
The rest of our fleet, they wait at the beach, and if we're defeated, their good is dead.
And again, you can see here one of the great expressions here. Eurylochus very clear, because he's been clear from the start that he has wanted to just raid and take. He does not view any problems with killing this giant and taking these sheep to feed his men. He has no problem with this. Whereas Polites, both of their eyes both him and Odysseus are ahead, looking at where Polyphemus is off screen. Polites, on the other hand, is over here looking at Odysseus as if he's not sure this is the right. He's not sure in the slightest about this.
Straight ahead,
and note the shift from the black eyes to the white eyes of rage, matching the Cyclops' own, just giving that extra expression. And you'll notice that the lotus eater on his back is kind of the plant. It's very hard to see, but the plant is like bent down. And it's very nice little touch like that.
is who we're fighting. No backup, no chance for support, so draw out your sword.
And see, he's holding the lotus eater by the plant on his head. I assume it means he used some of the lotus eater's lotus in the drink, and that's part of why it is.
Your sword, our foe must be thwarted.
And you can see here, Polites, it looks almost like he's determined, but more the case of, I believe he's more frustrated, and that, hang on. Okay. To me, like some people say it looks like he's determined and ready to fight as well. To me, it's more like the curve of the eyebrows makes me believe more, he's looking at Odysseus like, really? Everything I've said and you're still going to discard it and just leap into the fighting. Like, he's more incredulous that his outlook and his perspective is being completely discarded right now for the sake of killing for the food, basically. And he finds it absolutely repulsive. Like, I don't see this as he's ready to fight. This is more of a frustration of, after everything I've said, you're not listening to me. And, you know, again, though, we have to remember that you can also feel it like Athena's influence here, where she's drilled into him to be a military commander, and that has taken over.
Right here and now, show me how great is your will to survive.
And again, Polites is trying to hold him back, reaching out towards him, whereas everyone else is ready, pulling their weapons free. And we can see the little Lotus Eater's broken leaf, which I assume was part of the lotus that he mixed into the drink.
600 lives at stake. It's just one life to take.
And the equating of the child, the infant, as to Polyphemus is just the equivalence of, it's just one more life. So be it. If I have to do this for the sake of survival, so be it. And again, the malicious, the relentless eye, the white eyes of anger of just, this is it. This is what if this is what it requires, that's what I'm going to do. And the red eyes spreading to his own soldiers, all of them, ready and willing and eager to fight. But we don't see Politus's eyes. Like, the others are ready, they're all in action poses. Politus is the only one who isn't. He's standing still, and we don't, and while we see his lenses are all flared, so we can't see if that white anger is there, but I'm willing to bet it wouldn't be. Like him, and this is more of him looking back to Politus like, fight! Fight! And Politus is refusing because it's he refuses to take the violent option.
Surround him! Attack from behind! Keep distance in mind! And stay in his blind spot and strike his heels! Strike the heels! Show him that we're deadly! Exhaust him! Don't let him get close!
I love, and again, the military beat of the drums, and the repetition from the soldiers, just emphasizing all of it, fantastic, and the art of just the Cyclops swinging at, grabbing at them, and just they're evading him, just fantastic, just builds up a great experience.
He's strong but he's slow. He can't land a blow if we're out of reach. Find a breach, stand up and fight for.
And there, like, Politus looks like it's about to pull out his sword, join the fight, and instead, he's, as we can see here, his lenses aren't flared anymore, and we can see he doesn't have the red eyes everyone else does. He's looking at his sword just remorsefully, almost frustrated, and then tosses it away. He's not going to be involved in this. And we can see that the Lotus Eaters just shed it, terrified, shaking, losing what little of the plant left. And the emphasis of just all of his crew share the same red eyes of anger. God, and the soaring push forward. Obviously I can't do anything like that, my voice, but that is so good. And the crew just repeating, no dying on us now. And of course this is just, Attack on Titan reference mandatory for most, as you might expect. And there we see Politus not, even if he's not willing to fight, he's going to check on his best friend and make sure he's safe. Again, and note, he's the only one without red eyes at this point. He's there to make sure his friends are safe, but he's not here to kill. And again, his glasses are fogged and looked away. It's clear he's not in this fight. until it was too late. The last scene we see of him, he's finally, all he sees is that last, right before the blow lands. And Polites, again, who represents very much, obviously, the innocence, the human empathy, is, of course, the first one to go. And the song takes on a whole different turn right at this point. And just, I love the way music cuts off for a second. You just hear that thump. And that strained voice just building up, and you're like... And you feel like... And you can feel the shift in the entire song at that point.
Captain.
Enough.
And this just look at the paralysis of Odysseus just completely lost in the thought of that just happened. His eyes no longer white with anger. No, he's vulnerable. He's just lost. God, the animation of his breathing as he's struggling to take in enough air to let his mind... And you can tell his mind is just racing at this point.
He's got a club. He's got a club!
God, and the effect of the little bloodstains across his face as it goes.
What are our orders? Captain! Captain!
Throwing up and just losing it. Wonderful. God, they did such a great... Merxie did an amazing job, that shaking camera as he's just looking up at Polites.
You've heard me enough. 600 lives I'll take. 600 lives I'll break. And when I kill you...
I love... And this expression of Eurylochus just being like, wake up! God damn it, wake up! And just that lost look of... and just... His brain has frozen up. Warrior of the mind, but what happens when you can't think?
Then my pain is over. You're dying here and now. Escape is not allowed. You won't live through this day now.
And and Polyphemus's rendition, dark and distorted, of their own chant right before he collapses. Alright, and we'll move on to the next one to see what happens next, and I'll shut up and let you enjoy.
We must move quickly. We don't have much time. He didn't notice I mixed lotus in his wine. Mark my words now. This is not the end.
But Captain, what do we do with our fallen friends?
Remember them when the fire begins to fade. For the fallen and afraid, we are not to let them die in vain. Remember them, we're the ones who carry on the flames of those who've gone, and our comrades will not die in vain. I need all our hands on this club. This is how we're getting out of here. Use your swords to sharpen a stub and turn it to a giant spear. Let's kill him. His body is blocked in the path. If we kill him, we'll be stuck inside.
Captain, where do we attack him?
We gotta stab him in the eye.
Yes, sir! Remember them when the fire begins to fade. For the fallen and afraid, we are not to let them die in vain. Remember them, we're the ones who carry on the flames of those who've gone, and our comrades will not die in vain.
Now! Scatter!
should run.
Wait,
Hurt you.
Captain, please.
wait.
It was nobody. Nobody. If nobody hurts you, be silent. Don't go.
Let's grab the sheep and away we go.
Have you forgotten the lessons I taught you? He's still a threat until he's dead. Finish it.
No.
No?
What good would killing do? When mercy is a skill more of this world could learn to use. My friend is dead, our foe is blind. The blood we shed, it never dries. Is this what it means to be a warrior of the mind?
Don't!
Hey, Cyclops! When we met, I led with peace, while you fed your inner beast. But my comrades will not die in vain. Remember them. The next time that you dare, choose not to spare. Remember them. Remember us. Remember me. I'm the reigning king of Ithaca. I am neither man nor mythical. I am your darkest moment. I am the infamous Odysseus!
And so we get to how they get out of the cave. I love the way this starts with the heavy riff electric guitar, obviously representing just the tension of thought running through Odysseus as he's just standing there looking at the situation, observing it, and trying to figure out a solution. His mind racing as he's trying to figure out what to do about this situation, how to survive it. And the Eurylochus' very faint voice just slowly coming in clearer and clearer, showing how his mind is snapping into place.
Captain! Captain!
We must move quickly. We don't have much time. He didn't notice I mixed lotus in his wine. Mark my words now. This is not the end.
But Captain,
And there you can hear, in the background of this heavy riffs, you can hear the playing the up and away we go, up and away we go. The little riff of that in the back behind this, representing how his men are eagerly looking at him for orders still, even after he froze up.
what do we do with our fallen friends?
And I love this detail of him getting watery and for this triumphant shout.
Remember them when the fire begins to fade. For the fallen and afraid, we are not to let them die in vain. Remember them, we're the ones who carry on the flames of those who've gone, and our comrades will not die in vain. I need all our hands on this club. This is how we're getting out of here. Use your swords to sharpen a stub and turn it to a giant spear. Let's kill him. His body is blocking the path.
Explaining exactly why just killing him isn't an option. Though,
If we kill him, we'll be stuck inside.
Captain, where do we attack him?
We gotta stab him in the eye.
Yes, sir! Remember them when the fire begins to fade.
and even with the simplistic faces, you can imagine the grim look of determination on every one of the soldiers as they all work together to lift that club. And you can feel that rhythm as the guitar's going and the heavy percussion.
For the fallen and afraid, we are not to let them die in want to carry on the flames of those who've gone, and our comrades will.
And I love that everyone has agreed that he takes Polity's headband and either wraps it around his arm, puts it on himself, just as a reminder of his empathy. I love that little detail. So many people have agreed that it's going to be a thing.
Will not die in vain. No! Scatter!
And this is some of the best acting. I love the way this plays out. This next scene with Polyphemus, because it shows something that you wouldn't expect for this kind of situation.
Who hurts you?
There are more of them?
Who hurts you?
Hide.
Who hurts you?
Captain, we should run. Wait.
Who hurts you?
Captain, please! Wait.
It was nobody. Nobody.
And there we see how the Cyclops falls for this trick. This childish, simple trick by giving him a obviously fake name. Showing that Polyphemus is actually a child. He acts like it because that's what he is. And he's probably one of the youngest. From the way the others act around him, it's clear that there's, they've heard this kind of problem, or who hurt you? Who did what? Like this almost exasperated, tired of these older brothers, tired of listening to their little brother.
If nobody hurts you, be silent. Don't go.
And Polyphemus has this this desperate, sincere, don't go, no, wait. And they all just leave. And it turns the whole thing of him being so protective over his sheep that they killed. It changes things because you realize that he is a child, and it's clear that none of his older siblings care much for him. So he's not being insincere about it. He's not just looking to eat human flesh. He genuinely means that sheep was probably his best friend, the only friends he has. And it's just, he was avenging what was his.
Let's grab the sheep and away we go.
There's that soft piano kicking in again that's representative of Athena, and that tun as it transitions again for her to come back and tell you, have you forgotten the lessons I taught you?
Have you forgotten the lessons I taught you?
God, and Athena's voice is just so silky smooth. And again, that time measurement where you have the click of a clock in the background.
He's still a threat until he's dead. Finish it.
No.
No?
And just the sincere no. Really, you're going to disregard what I'm telling you to do. You are going to ignore what a god is telling you.
What good would killing do when mercy is a skill more of this world could learn to use? My friend is dead, our foe is blind, the blood we shed, it never dries. Is this what it means to be a warrior of the mind?
Don't. Hey.
And her just literally just saying, don't do this, don't. And him completely disregarding it. And notice we don't hear any transition back. He just pushes away from her.
Hey, Cyclops! When we met, I led with peace, while you fed your inner beast.
Well, when you met, you'd already killed the sheep, so you kind of incited this yourself, dude.
But my comrades will not die in vain. Remember them. The next time that you dare, choose not to spare. Remember
And that soaring guitar as he makes the announcement.
I am neither man nor mythical. I am your darkest moment. I am the infamous Odysseus.
Then you can hear the groans as their ships pull away from the coast. You know, they have the sheep now, and just they have the food they need, so they're just leaving this Cyclops blinded. I love this little art thing of showing him just have that smirk of thank you. Yeah. And that isn't actually the end of the Cyclops arc. There's one more song, and I'll be silent for it.
You were reckless, sentimental at best. That's not a teaching of mine. You've grown soft. Your dead friends can attest.
Hey,
Put your emotions aside. You're a warrior, meant to lead the rest. I don't know where I went wrong, but I warned ya, and you failed the test. So now I'm gone. This way, you'll know what your place is. This way, you can't cross the line. This way, when all is over, you'll keep yours and I'll keep mine. This way, you won't disappoint me. This way, you won't waste my time. This way, I'll close the door. Consider this as my goodbye.
that's just like you. Why should I be surprised? Selfish and prideful and vain, unlike you. Every time someone dies, I'm left to deal with the strain. What's a title that he got his could land? If I'll never sleep at night, I'll remind you I saw you as a friend. But now we're done this way. You're out of my head now. This way, you won't plague my life. This way, when all is done, you're out of sight and out of mind. This way, you get what you wanted. This way, you can save your time. This way, you close the door and have your damn goodbye.
You're not looking for a mentor. I'm not looking for a friend. I mistook you for a general. What a waste of effort spent.
At least I know what I'm fighting for while you're fighting to be known. Since you claim you're so much wiser, why's your life spent all alone? You're alone!
One day you'll hear what I'm saying. One day you might understand. One day, but not today. For after all, you're just this day you sever your own head. This day you cut the line. This day you lost it all. Consider this as my goodbye. Consider this as my goodbye. This is my goodbye. Consider this as my goodbye. This is my goodbye.
This is one I always find interesting to see how different people react to. Because this song, there's the very emotional part to it, and then there's the part where I look at it and I go, you have to understand why she's saying this right now. Because he just disregarded what she told him to do twice, back to back. She told him to go back and kill Polyphemus, and then she told him to, you know, then she's like, don't tell him what you're saying. And he disregarded her twice, back to back. So she's had enough that he's being irrational, he's just lashing out in grief. And yes, it's not the ideal time to have someone, but it's a skill he would need to learn, which is to compartmentalize. And he's not capable of it. And again, we have that dun as representing heading into this like mental space where Athena would talk with him.
You were reckless, sentimental at best. That's not a teaching of mine. You've grown soft. You're dead.
I love this tilt of the head. It's almost like an owl, it's like an owl's head tilt of the head. I absolutely love that she does this. I just love the way the art depiction of this is. And when and probably what Odysseus thinks she means by being soft is that he, you know, he didn't go with a lot of his soldiers. He took a small scouting party. Went to get the food for it. He should have gone in terms of a raid. And that's what she's blaming on him is, you really underestimated the potential threat. You should have gone in force, gathered what supplies you need, and left. From a military standpoint, that would have been the ideal thing. You go for a raid, in force, just get what you need and leave. What his second in command suggested in the first place. And it's just like, she's like, yeah, that would have been the reasonable thing to do. But you risked yourself and some of your most valuable people on a half-hearted scouting mission, and, you know, you barely survived your encounter with Polyphemus.
Friends can attest. Hey, put your emotions aside.
Literally telling him, I get it, it's not fair, but set it aside and realize you were being stupid and what the mistake that led to those deaths were. He's not in a mental space to hear it, and that's something, like, people are, I think is kind of interesting, because I take it from a different perspective, apparently, than a lot of people's more emotional, where they're like, no, I love the music, I love her singing, I love the piano for Athena, but they can't stand hearing what she's saying right now.
You're a warrior, meant to lead the rest. I don't know where I went wrong, but I warned you, and you failed the test. So now I'm gone. This way, you'll know what your place is. This way, you can't cross the line. This way, when all is over, you'll keep yours and I'll keep mine. This way, you won't disappoint me. This way, you won't waste my time. This way, I'll close the door. Consider this as my goodbye.
That's just like you. Why should I be surprised? Selfish and prideful and vain.
She's a literal goddess. Selfish, prideful, and vain. She's a literal goddess, man.
Unlike you, every time someone dies, I'm left to deal with the strain. What's a title that a goddess could lend if I'll never sleep?
And a lot of people, I love to see a lot of people going, well, for one thing, saying this to a god is, in Greek mythology, is usually a good way to end up kind of fucked over anyway. And technically speaking, she just did the cruelest thing she could do, which is to withdraw her protection and help from Odysseus, who probably doesn't even realize how much she actually protected him up to this point.
That night, I'll remind you, I saw you as a friend, but now we're...
And I love the eyebrow raise. A lot of people see that as like surprise. I take it more as a disappointment that this is what he's lashing out at me with? I told him from the start I wasn't a friend. And all his attacks so far have been emotionally based for someone who prides themselves on logical thinking. Like, empathy is not her strong point in the slightest. Maybe abusing other people's empathy for wartime's sake, but actual empathy herself? No.
But now we're done this way. You're out of my head now this way. You won't plague my life this way. When all is done, you're out of sight and out of mind this way. You get what you wanted this way. You can save your time this way. You close the door and have your damn goodbye. You're not.
God, those high notes, so good. And again, he's lashing out emotionally at her, trying to basically, emotionally slap her in the face with everything she's saying, and it's like, and claiming like she's abandoning him, and it's like, no, if you aren't going to listen and take my advice, then no, I'm not going to stay.
Not looking for a mentor, I'm not looking for a friend. I mistook you for a general, what a waste of effort spent.
At least I know what I'm fighting for while you're fighting to be known. Since you claim you're so much wiser, why's your life spent all alone? You're alone!
And again, all he's got is these emotional slaps in the face that he's trying so hard to hit her with. And it's falling flat. Her piano doesn't falter in the slightest. She just kind of looks at it, and some people take it as she's hurt, but I take it more as that's all you've got? That's really all you've got to hit me with? Not a single logical argument, not a single point that actually hit. You just sit there and flail at me at the best, that's the emotional best you can do. And just disappointed. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. That kind of thing.
One day you'll hear what I'm saying. One day you might understand. One day, but not today. For after all, you're.
And throwing his own words in his face, using the chorus to point out. It's the few times she uses the chorus just to point out and show all the people whose his choices have affected. Of course, I assume this is supposed to be Penelope and Telemachus. Polites and the infant, and just all the people that have been hurt or that had their lives changed because of his weakness, slapping him in the face with, emotionally slapping him harder than he ever hit her. God, this day again. I gotta hear that again. Yeah, it's so good. Again, the owl head tilt as she just, consider this my goodbye. This is where our fates separate.
This is my goodbye. This is my goodbye. Consider this is my goodbye. This is my goodbye.
And we're back to reality. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the Cyclops saga. A time I absolutely adore. Honestly, you could make it, I know there are other versions. The reason this one is so good to me is because it feels like it's just an argument between two people. Some people have made it more violent and made it more flashy, but this felt more intimate, Like, this is something between the two of them that they've been long time together, working together. And this is what she's drawn the line of, you're not listening to me anymore. You're not helping yourself. And I can't save you from yourself. So, I'm just going to leave. I'm not going to watch you fall apart. And I'm not offering you my protection. Yeah. I love that. So then we begin a new arc. The Storm. So I'll shut up and let you enjoy. This is the only time I couldn't find a really good animatic, so I left it with just the lyrics. So, hope you all enjoy.
These waves and tides have grown in strength and size. Is it nature or divine, or a blessing in disguise? Our homes inside, this storm's our final fight. There's no time to die. Comrades! Sir! Brace for a storm! The likes of which we've never seen before. Brace for a storm! With hope so close, we must keep pushing forward.
Full speed ahead.
Head towards the island, but avoid the crashing waves. Tread where the tide is flat, and then you will be safe.
Captain, we will capsize with these waves. Our fleet will fail.
Have them follow my ship, all ensure that we prevail.
We're taking too much damage to survive.
We'll beat this storm.
At this rate, we won't make it out alive. Captain,
An island in the sky. You really just grab the harpoons, as many as you can find.
what do you have in mind?
We're gonna shoot for the sky.
What?
Everyone grab a harpoon and aim it high. We're shooting for the island in the sky. In the sky.
I love how triumphant this sound comes off. We get the very heavy, orchestral, the horns starting, as you can feel like the waves swelling around them. You can feel it. Then the chorus just blasts in.
These waves and tides have grown in strength and size. Is it nature?
And of course, Odysseus' trademark guitar just rocking off into every line.
Or divine, or a blessing in disguise. Our homes inside, this storm's our final fight. There's no time to die. Comrades!
Sir!
Brace for a storm! The likes
Of which we've never seen before.
Brace for a storm! With hope so close, we must keep pushing forward.
Full speed ahead.
Head towards the island, but avoid the...
Note that they don't even get to finish the phrase "full speed ahead" before another wave, before the song just continues cutting them off, going, just representing how the waves are just relentlessly pushing them back away from Ithaca.
Crashing waves, tread where the tide is flat, and then you will be safe.
Captain, we will capsize with these waves, our fleet will fail.
Have them follow my ship, all ensure that we prevail.
And note there are two different choruses. There's the voices of the soldiers going, echoing Odysseus, and then there's also the chorus representing the storm just continuously just pushing back against them. That's so good.
Too much damage to survive.
We'll beat the storm.
At this rate, we won't make it out alive.
And then then after all this heavy metal, this heavy, rock sound, all of a sudden we get this light flute just cut through everything. And you can hear this very light flute, this very light sound, as if, you can imagine it like sun rays beaming down in the middle of a storm, where everything else is dark and, rain and water, just waves crashing, except for this one spot up above that's just lit by brilliant sunlight.
An island in the sky. You really just grab the harpoons, as many as you can find.
What do you have in mind?
We're gonna shoot for the sky.
What?
When you have absolute doubt in what the fuck you just heard. What? And you're going to hear that a couple of times, because that is just a fantastic response sometimes to the ridiculousness. It's like, what? What? Dude, what?
Everyone grab a harpoon and aim it high.
Yeah, and that's about it. So now I'll shut up, and we find out how about heading up to this island in the sky.
Please don't tell me you're about to do what I think you'll do.
You've heard the legends of the island in the sky. This proves they're true. We're in the home of the wind god.
We don't know for sure.
How many floating islands have you seen before? This is the home of the wind god.
And what's your plan?
I'm gonna climb to the top and ask him for a hand.
You could be caught off guard and lose your life, or piss off this god and infuse us with strife. Don't forget how dangerous the gods are.
Have faith, friend, we've come this far.
Yes, but how much longer till your luck runs out? How much longer till the show goes south? How much longer till we all fall down? You rely on wind and people die on it. Whoa.
I still believe in goodness. I still believe that we could be kind. Lead from the heart and see what starts.
And what will we do when it tears us apart?
Where is this coming from, my friend?
I just don't wanna see another life end. You're like the brother I could never do without.
And suddenly you doubt that I could figure this out.
Captain, how much longer till your luck runs out? How much longer till the show goes south? How much longer till we all fall down? You rely on wit and people die on it. Whoa, how much longer till the snake breaks free? How much longer till your great day sees? How much longer till your strength takes leave? You rely on wit and people die on it. Whoa.
Thank you for the concern, but brother, I can assure you, Our journey is almost done. I understand that we're tired, I understand that we're phased. But don't forget how much we've already faced. I took 600 men to war and not one of them died there. In case you needed a reminder, if you'd like to speak more, let me pull you aside then. I need to talk to you in private. I can't have you planting seeds of doubt. I can't have you disagreeing each route. I need you to always be devout and comply with this, or we'll all die in this. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And a new artist added to the mix, Crashite. A fantastic piece, wonderful coloring, and the simple expressiveness of the body language actually comes across really nice in this version, I find.
Please don't tell me you're about to do what.
And I love that this is the lightest we've seen Eurylochus, just representing the honest sincerity that he has behind this of, please don't tell me this is what we're about to go with.
What I think you'll do.
You've heard the legends of the island in the sky. This proves they're true.
Again, the body language of Eurylochus is just standing there as Odysseus is launching into this ideal scenario he believes, and he's kind of just holding himself going, I just torn between his duty to loyalty, his duty to his friend, and what he thinks is right.
True. We're in the home of the wind god.
We don't know for sure.
How many floating islands have you seen before? This is the home of the wind god.
And what's your plan?
I'm gonna climb to the top and ask him for a hand.
You could be caught off guard and lose your life. Worthless of this god and infused us with strife. Don't forget how dangerous the gods are.
Have faith.
And Eurylochus just acting as the voice of reason, compared to earlier where Odysseus had him and Polites to bounce off of to be the voice of reason. He's now being the idealist, and Eurylochus is trying to be like, pull him back and go, you're going too far.
Friend, we've come this far.
Yes, but how much longer till your luck runs out? How much?
And note that Eurylochus has the crew as the chanting chorus backing him up, representing how they're, how they honestly are feeling of, how much longer can we go for this, man? It's not right. It's risky at best.
Much longer till the show goes south. How much longer till we all fall down? You rely on wind and people die on it. Whoa.
And that's that expression of just that pain that he can't refute that. He relies on wit and people die on it if he's not making the right choices.
Oh, I still believe in goodness. I still believe that we could be kind. Lead from the heart and see what starts.
And there you can hear like a very much lighter guitar version of the guitar for his instrument now, showing how he's still trying to carry on Polites' legacy.
And what will we do when it tears us apart?
And there he's reaching for Polites' headband, just, digging into the point. He died, man. His kindness got him killed. Can you not see that and accept it?
Where is this coming from, my friend?
I just don't want to see another life end. You're like the brother I could never do without.
And when suddenly you doubt that I could figure this out.
Captain, how much longer till your luck runs?
And again, I love this little detail to help emphasize the crew is backing Eurylochus up. They're also asking him this, and he's publicly saying this to try and echo what they're feeling. To put the crew at ease, he needs to have an answer. And he's not giving it. He's just saying, I have this idea, we're going to do this. And everyone's kind of just left swinging in the wind, so to speak, while he goes off.
Doubt, how much longer till the show goes south? How much longer till we all fall down? You rely on wish and people die on it. Whoa, how much longer till the snake breaks free? How much longer till your great day sees? How much longer till your strength takes leave? You rely on wish and people die on it. Whoa.
Thank you for the concern, but brother, I can assure you, our journey is almost done.
He says that, but I've got 13 more songs that speak to otherwise.
I understand that we're tired, I understand that we're phased, but don't forget how much we've already faced. I took 600 men to war, and not one of them died there.
Now that's a hell of a claim. A 10-year war, and he lost no soldiers. That's a hell of a good command to trust. But at the same time, that record's already blemished. He lost people already to the Cyclops.
In case you needed a reminder, if you'd like to speak more, let me pull you aside then. I need to talk to you in private. I can't have you planting seeds of doubt. I can't have you disagreeing each route. I need you to always be devout and comply with this, or we'll all die in this. Okay.
Okay.
Note that he doesn't sing it. There's no sincerity to it. It's just, okay, to get out of the situation and just leave it be for now. But he's obviously being pushed away and being, not... You can feel the strain on the relationship now.
Thank you.
And he doesn't... And again, same way, Odysseus doesn't sing. He just says thank you. As if he just wanted out of the situation. They both did. Because there's no sincerity there. Alright, and that's the end of that one. So, next up comes a longer song, but one that is very bopping. So, I'll let you enjoy, and I'll come back afterwards.
Great wind god Aeolus, I don't know if you know this, but our path to home is blocked by an impenetrable storm. I ask for your assistance so we at last can go the distance. Can you cast the perfect winds for us and aid our journey home?
Ha ha ha! I am the wind, twisting and turning. I give the fire enough to stay burning. Let's play a game.
A game?
That's what I'm serving, and if you win, you will get what you're yearning.
Deal.
Take a look right here at this bag. It has the winds of the storm all trapped. All you gotta do is not open this bag.
Sounds too easy, what's the catch?
Ha ha ha! Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Never really know who you can trust.
If they wanna get the bag open, you gotta say no, sir.
Sometimes killing is a must.
What?
'Cause the end always justifies the means.
Friends turn to foes in rivalry, so
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
never really know who you can trust. Never really know who you can
dearest friends, we mustn't lag.
It's treasure.
What?
Bye-bye.
Open the bag. Let's see what you got.
No, do not! Everybody listen closely. See how this bag is closed, that's how it's supposed to be. This bag has the storm inside. We cannot let the treasure rumor fly.
We'll try.
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Never really know who you can trust.
Now we wanna get the bag open so they can have closure.
Sometimes sneaking is a must.
Cause the end always justifies the means.
Everything's changed since Bulletin, so
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
never really know who you can trust.
Really know you can trust.
For 9 days I've stayed wide awake, trying to make it home with no storm or tidal wave. I remain unopposed, the bag is still closed, and I'm getting closer to you. I can't wait to make some new memories. Time for me to be the father I never was.
Just keep your eyes open.
Why are my eyes and my heart and my soul so heavy?
Just keep your eyes open.
I keep on trying to embrace you both. Why won't you let me?
Just keep your eyes open.
So much has changed, but I'm the same. Yes, I'm the same.
Just keep your eyes open.
Keep your eyes open.
Wake up. Wake up! Odysseus, they're opening the bag! Wake up! Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Never really know who you can
Never
trust.
really know you can trust. Oh, sweetheart.
Where's the storm taking us?
I said to keep the bag closed, but you weren't compliant. If I had to guess, you're headed to the land of the giants.
Help me close the bag!
But sir, it's too late.
We can save whatever wind is left to use another day. Come on!
Odysseus of Ithaca!
Do you know who I am?
God, I love that. That is one hell of a way to end a song. And yeah, this is a riot and a fantastic, and there's so much interesting dynamics with this. First, starting off with, okay, so we know he enters the island. It starts off with this very light flute.
Great wind god Aeolus. I don't know.
Note that none of his instrument, there's no guitar playing, so Aeolus is in full control of the situation right now. Which, well, he'll say it himself.
If you know this, but our path to home is blocked by an impenetrable storm.
Huh. There's a storm that blocks you from being able to reach your home. Wonder if the wind god might have something to know about it.
I ask for your assistance so we at last can go the distance.
I love this little fake out of the little eyes hiding behind the curtain as you expect to be the god of wind.
Can you cast the perfect winds for us and aid our journey home?
Only for them to be revealed that the god Aeolus, which is actually a male in the original mythology, but they've recast as a female, which is perfectly fine, and they did a fantastic job. Also, more points to Gigi. Gigi did this pitch perfect the entire time. And there we get the return of that ha ha ha. That the first time we hear it is the flashback to Odysseus himself when he lied to Athena. So that's a very insincere, out of music.
I am the wind, twisting and turning. I give the fire enough to stay burning.
And note that she's very whimsical, and we still have the very airy choir going behind her, just backing up her you know, playing around, just messing with people.
Let's play a game.
A game?
And here we can still hear that's very light. It hasn't changed. She's just a little chin scratch on him, and just messing with him.
That's what I'm serving, and if you win, you will get what you're yearning.
Deal.
Take a
God, and Odysseus, thinking he's smart enough to deal with whatever goes his way, immediately agrees to the game without any hesitation, examination, or understanding of what the perspective and what it is, beyond being promised what he wants. Short-sighted, short-sighted would be the simplest way to put it. It's amazing how a man who's supposed to be so smart can act so impulsively and dumbly, which is kind of part of the point of the Odyssey, but it's still worth pointing out.
look right here.
Now here's the interesting bit for me. Note that the way the choir is still going right now while she's describing it.
This bag, it has the winds of the storm all trapped. All you gotta do is not open this bag.
Sounds too easy, what's the catch?
And again, she gives this insincere ha ha ha, meaning I've already got you trapped, I've already told the lie, you're already stuck, so this is what it's going to be. That's when now we get to the point, the beat drop happens, and note that her tone goes from very light and whimsical to very stone cold serious, and is telling him exactly how to survive and pass this challenge. That's the interesting bit, is Odysseus at every juncture is given an attempt or given a chance to pass these challenges, and fails to do so because he's not paying attention to what he needs to.
Keep your friends close and your enemies.
Once the beat drop hits, she is now giving him the advice to succeed.
Never really know who you can trust.
If they wanna get the bag open, you gotta say no, sir.
Sometimes killing is a must.
And there we hear, and it's like, wait, what did I just hear from them?
Say no, sir.
Sometimes killing is a must.
And they hit him in the head to help force this into his head. Sometimes you may have to kill someone to get this point, to get what you need.
What?
'Cause
The ends always justify the means. So if you want to get home, you may need to kill someone, and if you do, you may see your home again.
always justifies the means.
Friends turn to foes in rivalries.
And I love this smug look. They purposely made her look like a clown, but that grin is purely because she knows she's already got him hooked. He's already trapped. There's no way he can succeed at this with the way he is now.
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Never really know who you can trust. Never really know who you can.
And there we have the big thing of, they're telling him, and he's kind of just disregarding the advice they're giving. You don't know who you never really know who you can trust, except those who you would be willing to shed blood for. And that's one of those things of, who would he need to trust right now?
Trust.
Eurylochus. Nope, we don't see him past this point. And you would think your second in command after 10 years at war would be the person you could sit and go, we take shifts, we watch the bag. You can have half of whatever's in it once we get home. If they did that, they would have passed this challenge. But they didn't.
Captain, what's happened? What's trapped in that bag? Something dangerous, friends, we mustn't lag.
It's treasure.
And there we get the trap sprung now. They just plant the idea that, oh, there's treasure inside. And that's all it takes to sabotage him.
What?
Bye-bye.
Open the bag! Let's see what you got! No, do not! Everybody listen closely. See how this bag is closed? That's how it's supposed to be. This bag has the storm inside. We cannot let the treasure rumor fly.
I think in the original myth he wasn't even allowed to tell them that the storm was in the bag. Like, he could not tell them anything about it. He could only just hold the bag and hide it.
Keep your friends close and your enemies.
God, these 3D, like, this animation of the 3D model of the 3D spinning of Aeolus around the ship's crew. I love this. It's so good. And now, see, it's no longer her little minions, but the crew going, never really know who you can trust. Like, because obviously at this point, the relationship between Odysseus and his crew is becoming strained.
Now I wanna get the bag open so they can have closure. Sometimes the end always justifies the means.
And there we see him wince at their mention of Polites, just going, ugh. And yeah, everyone's noticed nothing is the same as it was for all those years. Everything's changed since we lost someone. Because Odysseus has had a flawless record. He's never failed before. And this is one of the major themes of the Odyssey, is confronting failure. And that there isn't always a right answer. Or you need to to recognize more for the right answer. You need to, take it from a larger view.
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
For 9 days I've stayed wide awake trying to make.
And here we have that very light guitar again, of showing just how vulnerable and strained Odysseus is at this point. Of just, he's been awake 9 days.
I remain unopposed, the bag is still closed, and I'm getting closer to you.
And I love this, and it's clear that he's fallen asleep, and all he can think of is his wife.
I can't wait to make some new memories.
His son, he can't even imagine what his face looks like.
Time for me to be the father I never was.
Just keep your eyes open.
Why are my eyes and my heart and my soul so heavy?
Just keep your eyes open.
I keep on trying to embrace you both. Why won't you let me?
Just keep your eyes open.
So much has changed, but I'm the same. Yes, I'm the same.
Just keep your eyes open.
Keep your eyes open.
Wake up. Wake up, Odysseus.
And I love that Penelope's voice just tells him, doesn't sing it, it's just that desperate, wake up, no, don't.
They're opening the bag. Wake up!
And then we get the return to Storm as it just starts heavy, the heavy guitar riff there. The high pitched, just absolute distraught no.
Keep your friends close and your enemies.
And she's just and Aeolus just throwing it out. I warned you. I told you.
Closer.
And it's little minions saying full speed ahead rather than the crew this time.
Where's the storm taking us?
I said to keep the bag closed, but you weren't compliant. If I had to guess, you're headed to the land of the giants.
Help me close the bag!
But sir, it's too late!
We can save whatever wind is left to use another day. Come on! Odysseus of Ithaca! Do you know who I am?
So good. And it's so much the feeling of course, this was a trap set from the beginning. That's the thing he doesn't realize is this game The entire point is every god at this point gives him a chance to succeed. Every choice he has to make that he is struggling with, he needs to decide whether he wants to be, well, the next song will answer it for you. So, we'll be heading straight into that. I'll shut up and enjoy one of my favorite songs of this of this entire frigging musical.
Poseidon.
In all my years of living, it isn't very often that I get pissed off. I try to chill with the waves, but damn, you crossed the line. I've been so gracious, and yet you hurt the son of mine. That's right, the Cyclops you made blind is mine. No. I'm left without a choice and without a doubt. Yes, the battle wolves are swimming with the shark now. I gotta make you bleed, I need to see you drown. But before you go, I need to make you learn how ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ourselves. You are the worst kind of good, 'cause you're not even great. A Greek who reeks of false righteousness, that's what I hate. 'Cause you fight to save lives but won't kill and don't get the job done. I mean, you totally could have avoided all this had you just killed my son. But no, you are far too nice. Mercy has a price. It's the final crack. We're about to break the ice now. You reveal your name, then you let him live. Unlike you, I've got no mercy left to give. 'Cause ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ourselves. And now it is finally time to say goodbye. Today you die, unless of course you apologize for my son's pain and all his cries.
Poseidon, we meant no harm. We only hurt him to disarm him. We took no pleasure in his pain. We only wanted to escape.
The line between naivety and hopefulness is almost invisible, so close your heart. The world is dark and ruthlessness is die.
What have you done?
When does a ripple become a tidal wave? 43 left under your command. When does a man become a monster? I am your darkest moment. The monster that always draws near. Any last words?
All I gotta do is open this bag.
What? Remember me.
still so good. I've listened to this dozens of times and it still hits so good. And a lot of people get confused on what he's talking about. As what Poseidon's actually talking about in this. And one thing that comes across is, well, first this amazing intro. The heavy piano, which we had only heard from Athena up to this point.
Poseidon.
I love the trident in both of his eyes. Just oh fuck.
In all my years of living, it isn't very often
And I'm not even sure what that instrument is exactly that they're using for him, but it is very awesome how constant it is.
that I get pissed off. I try to chill with the waves, but damn, you crossed the line. I've been so gracious and yet
Sounds almost like a real light electric guitar. So just Poseidon stealing his own. Well, I guess with the theming of this song, it wouldn't be surprising if it's a very high electric guitar, with Poseidon basically hijacking and throwing things back in Odysseus's face.
you heard the son of mine. That's right, the Cyclops you made blind is mine. No, I'm left without a toy.
Note that note what Poseidon's saying here. I'm left without a choice at this point,
And without a doubt,
and have no doubt as to who did what.
yes, the pack of wolves is swimming with
The pack of wolves is swimming with the shark now.
the shark now. I gotta make you bleed. I need to see you drown. But before you go, I need to make you learn how ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves.
Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. The way I see it, if you know what the old idea of mercy is, so the idea of mercy that would be applicable at this point in history for the early ages, mercy was oftentimes killing those who were crippled. And what did Odysseus do but cripple Polyphemus? Left a blind Cyclops. So there's very good chance he'll stumble out somewhere and just get killed. Or be killed by one of his brothers, or, it's very unlikely. Or maybe, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me to find out Poseidon saw him, and before he was killed, Polyphemus told Poseidon, I understand, but at least avenge me. My life is over. I won't have much of a life anymore as a blind Cyclops. So they will execute him as a mercy to prevent him from suffering from being crippled. That is where the phrase mercy killing comes from, is putting someone out of their misery. And it wouldn't surprise me that part of the frustration from Poseidon is the fact that he had to do it instead of Odysseus, who should have. It was crueler to let him live towards both of them, because that let him know, and Poseidon had to then, for the sake of his own honor, come after Odysseus. If Odysseus had followed through and just killed him, then he wouldn't have to do this. This is where he's going, if you were ruthless about this, it's a mercy upon ourselves. Both of us would have benefited from you killing him. And no, it's not his ship's crew singing in the back. That's a separate chorus mimicking Poseidon. And I love this little effect of Poseidon knocking Odysseus into this like mental realm.
You are the worst kind of good, 'cause you're not even great.
I mean, that's line self-explanatory. You're the worst kind of good person because you're a hypocrite. You'll kill people when it's convenient and you believe you can get away with it. You'll trick them, you'll lie to them. You're not great at this, but you're not great at this either. The person you managed to trick was a child. My child. Do you understand that?
A Greek who reeks of false righteousness, that's what I hate. 'Cause you fight to save lives but won't kill and don't get the job done.
Yeah. Again, if you just wanted the food, you'd have brought your entire crew, taken it, killed Polyphemus, and been gone before anybody else would have noticed.
I mean, you totally could have avoided all this had you just killed my son.
And the context being,
But
no, you made me do it. And that's the problem here.
you are far too nice. Mercy has a price. It's the final crack, we're about to break the ice now.
And again, does Poseidon strike you as the kind of guy who wouldn't put his son out of his mercy? Being a blind Cyclops? Yeah, no, he would, absolutely.
You reveal your name, then you let him leave.
I love that expression on his face, just that incredulous, are you fucking serious with this shit?
Let him leave. Unlike you, I got no mercy left to give. 'Cause move.
And that stunned moment, you're looking at Eurylochus going, the fuck just happened? I don't know, Captain, you were just gone. And him just get...
This is mercy upon ourselves. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. And now it is finally time to say goodbye. Today you die, unless of course you apologize for my son's pain and all his cries.
And just like Aeolus, Odysseus is given an out. Every time the gods give him an out, it is, okay, this is the problem, this is going to be the end result, but I will give you an out, and if you were willing to make a sacrifice, if you are willing to admit you fucked up, and admit that you overdid it, and you didn't do what you were supposed to do, I can forgive this. And there'll probably be some way to recompense him. I don't know, maybe he didn't kill Polyphemus and they'll have to go looking for a new eye for him. And there'll be some like magical MacGuffin he has to get. It would take him longer and it would take him away from Ithaca, but then he wouldn't have Poseidon after his head if he sincerely apologized for this.
Poseidon, we meant no harm. We only hurt him to disarm him. We took no pleasure in his pain. We only wanted to escape.
And he doesn't apologize for his actions. He doesn't admit any culpability to what happened. He doesn't acknowledge that things could have happened differently or happened better. He just simply says, we weren't intending to harm him. This wasn't what we wanted to be, and we don't enjoy doing it. But that is not an apology. And there is where Poseidon has got this grim look on his face of just the same kind of exasperation that Athena felt of, this is what you're going with. Because again, Poseidon is looking at it going, so you left me to kill my own son to make yourself feel better. And it's just this feeling of exhaustion as Odysseus is just trying to avoid being culpable and owning up to the fact of he's not willing to go far enough.
The line between naivety and hope.
He can't, and he's like, are you naive or do you hope I'll just be that merciful? I don't know which, and it doesn't matter.
Fullness is almost invisible, so close your heart. The world.
And if you could swallow your pride, close your heart, and just admit what had happened, this would have ended better. But as it stands,
Is dark and ruthlessness is die.
and again, mercy. And he doesn't even finish the line. He's just had enough. And just wipes out the crew. And you can just hear the crew screaming out for their captain, desperate for him to save him. And no, not against a god. And here, the first thing out of Odysseus' mouth, what have you done? He admits no fault in this at all, despite the fact that it is entirely his. The voices of doubt from the remaining crew just echoing as Poseidon returns.
43 left on.
Just to mock him, going, 43 left.
Under your command.
Does a man become a monster?
I am your dark.
Throwing Odysseus' own words back at him. I am your darkest moment.
Darkest moment. The monster that always draws near.
God, that last line just hits so good. Just
That always draws near. Any last words? All I gotta do is open this bag. What?
that what? What? Oh no. And there's just Poseidon being thrown overboard as the winds push out. That just incredulous. That fucking really just happened? Just that fucking really just happened to me? I really just... And it's like, you know, the next thing he does as soon as this song is over is go looking for Aeolus and going, the fuck was that, man? And of course, Full Speed Ahead playing just a lighter version, because it's just his crew left. It's nowhere near as big as it was before. And again, that piano that just started us in, pulled us in, just ends it there. And okay.
Remember me.
And that ends the Storm Saga. So next we head into Circe's saga. Who's Circe? Well, I'll let her introduce herself. But first, they arrive on a new island. This very light, beautiful music too. This, idyllic island. The shore as they pull the shore on. And Zimina, not so, is one of the newer artists. We've been watching Gigi up to this point. Now we have a new artist and a very fun, interesting style.
Captain, I have something that I must confess. Something that I must...
Oh, sorry folks, I forgot I'm supposed to let you all watch this first through. My bad, I'll shut up.
Just get off my chest. Until it is said I cannot rest. Captain,
You really gotta make sure this island is secure.
but Captain,
There's only so much left we can endure. Whatever you need to say can wait some more. Of that I'm sure.
okay.
Eurylicus, back so soon. Where's the rest of your crew? And by the gods, what happened to you?
We came across a palace. Inside we heard a voice. It seemed to show no malice. To greet it was our choice, but nothing could prepare us for the power that awaited inside.
What did this palace hide?
Sir, since we left home, we faced a variety of foes from a wide range of places. Gods, monsters, you know the roster. Hostile creatures that we could resist. But this was a hell of a twist, cause we are weak to a power like this.
What was it?
A woman.
What?
She had us in just 2 words.
Come inside.
Damn.
Welcome to the best part of your life. Go ahead and rest wherever you like. I've got you. Don't worry, Sassy's got you now.
Only I stayed outside, but the rest went in.
Take a seat. Let me bring you all something to eat. I bet you're tired from the years spent on your feet. I've got you. Don't worry, Sassy's got you now.
By the time they ate, it was far too late. For inside the meal,
Think of your past.
she had cast a spell.
And your mistakes.
They began to squeal
They'll be the
and
last
grow snouts and tails.
mistakes you'll make.
She changed them.
I've got all the power, yeah. I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I'm puppeteer, yeah.
They transformed,
This is the price.
and it wasn't quick.
We paid a
She
little.
turned our men
The world is not
from men to pigs.
and to forgive.
She changed them.
I've got all the power, yeah. I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I'm puppeteer, yeah.
We have to go save them.
No, we don't. Look at all we've lost and all we've learned. Every single cost is so much more than what we've earned. Think about the men we have left before they're none. Let's just cut our losses, you and I, and let's run.
Of course I'd like to leave now. Of course I'd like to run. But I can hardly sleep now, knowing everything we've done. There's no length I wouldn't go if it was you I had to save. I can only hope you'd do the same.
I can hear her still,
No one will find
and her voice deceives.
their way between.
What if she can't be killed?
My name's and I.
Will you choose to leave?
Their loving queen.
I don't know.
I've got all the power, yeah. I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I'm puppeteer, yeah.
She's a clever witch,
This is the price.
and she's hard to slay.
We paid it all.
It's a game of wits,
We draw the line.
but you don't have to play.
Watch from above.
I have to try.
I've got all the power, yeah. I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I'm puppeteer, yeah. Welcome.
Ah, so good. So, yeah, this begins the Circe arc, where they arrive on an island, and this is an interesting start. And that very slow, light use of the guitar where it's very remorseful. Each strum is very independent and kind of like kind of just somber, I guess is the best way to say it.
Captain, I have something that I must confess. Something that I must get off my chest.
And again, note that this is one of the few times Eurylicus doesn't have a backing of the crew. This is purely him talking.
Until it is said I cannot rest. Captain, you really
take us. Go make sure this island is secure. But Captain, there's only so much left we can endure. Whatever you need to say can wait some more. Of that I'm sure.
Okay.
And again, that same insincere, just out of the music, just acceptance of just, yeah, okay, fine. It's totally, whenever someone is singing, they usually are being sincere. It's when you get these flat answers that they go, yeah, no, how they tell the difference between when someone's telling the truth or being honest versus lying. I love this consistency across this musical. And the color shift giving us an idea of time has passed, and the mood shifts as the music does too. That little sound. Yeah, that sound setting up just how different things are about to become.
Really gets back.
And there's the first hit of like a violin.
Really gets back so soon. Where's the rest of your crew? By the gods, what happened to you?
I love that little detail of his red eyes. Just how frustrated and angry he is.
We came across a palace. Inside we heard a voice. It seemed to show no malice. To greet it was our choice, but nothing could prepare us for the power that awaited inside.
What did this...
Again, this violin, which is very interesting that it's a violin. I believe that's Cersei's instrument specifically.
palace hide?
Sir, since we left home, we faced a variety of foes from a wide range of places. Gods, monsters, you know the roster. Hostile creatures that we could resist. But this was a hell of a twist, cause we are weak to a power like this.
What was it?
A woman.
What?
And that expression of just, a woman. Oh, fuck. Embarrassed having to say it.
What?
And again, the what's continues. Just the, what the fuck?
He had us in just two.
Really, man? You gotta understand. He's just trying to justify it at this point.
Words.
Come and shine.
Damn.
Yeah, I love these little expressions. It's so simple, but it says so much. Of both of them going, oh, okay. And it's just like, that line just hits them so well.
Words.
Come and shine.
Damn.
Welcome to the best part of your life. Go ahead and
The little subtle trick of the strings appearing around her fingers as she walks around the men. Love that.
rest wherever you like. I've got you, don't worry.
And again, that very simple but very elegant look.
Sassy's got you now.
That smug smile, hair over one eye, I love it, with the little feathers, with the little leaves in her hair.
Only I stayed outside, but the
And there you can see the strings just becoming manifest all around her.
rest went in.
Take a seat. Let me bring you all.
And the nymphs all just, they have the pointed ears showing that they're not actually human. I love that little detail.
Something to eat. I bet
The white eyes of wonder as they see food. Keep missing it. Yeah, just the absolute rapt joy in their faces. And everyone who realizes what's going to happen looks at that pig in the middle and just cringes a little.
I bet you're tired from the years spent on your feet. I've got you, don't worry, Sassy's got you now.
Ah, God. And the fact that so much of hers is a double entendre, so much of her dialogue is so good.
By the time they ate, it was far too late. For inside the meal,
Think of your
she had
past
cast a spell.
and your mistakes.
They began to squeal
They'll be the
and grow
last
snouts and tails.
mistakes you'll
She
make.
changed them.
I've got all the power, yeah. I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I'm puppeteer.
Somebody had a lot of fun drawing these pictures, that's all I'm gonna say. Someone's fetish is being hit.
Yeah.
They transformed.
This is the price
And it wasn't quick.
we pay to live.
She turned our men
The world is not
from men to pigs.
meant to forgive.
She changed them.
I've got all the power.
And the smug happy look on her face.
Yeah, I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I'm puppeteer.
And there we see like the thread around Eurylochus's face, showing that even his escape is part of her plan. Absolutely love that little detail with his red eyes we saw earlier of just desperation and rage and frustration.
Yeah.
We have to go save them.
No, we don't.
Something you didn't expect at first with him just going, no, they were dumb enough to get caught, we just go.
Look at all we've lost and all we've learned. Every single cost is so much more than what we've earned. Think about the men we have left before they're none. Let's just cut our losses, you and I, and let's run.
Of course I'd like to leave now. Of course I'd like to run. But I can hardly sleep now, knowing everything we've done. There's no length I wouldn't go if it was you I had to save. I can only hope you'd do the same.
And there's that doubt, that look of absolute doubt of, I don't know if I would at this point.
I can hear her still.
No one will
And there's that red cut showing how desperate he is.
And her voice deceives.
Their way between.
What if she can't be killed?
My name's and I.
Will you choose to leave?
Their loving queen.
I don't know.
I've got all the power, yeah. I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I'm puppeteer.
She's a
Yeah.
clever witch,
This is the price.
and she's hard to slay.
We paid it all.
It's a game of wits,
We draw the line.
but you don't have to play.
Watch from above.
I have to try.
I've got all the power, yeah. I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I'm puppeteer, yeah.
And obviously this would be a big part of her trap, is him going in trying to save his men. And it's one of those things of, she's in full control, and it's clear she's not even directly present between Eurylochus and Odysseus. She's just there ominous in the background without having to be there, and her sheer presence makes her a threat. And that's where you hear a single bit of Odysseus's guitar ever since her introduction. Her piano and violin have absolutely dominated every moment. So, and then from there, we move on to the next song. I'll be quiet as much you enjoy the first playthrough.
I must say, what a brilliant speech you gave.
Who goes there?
Just a friend who could help you save your men. A foe like Circe's not to be messed with. You want to beat her, you'll need the blessing of a certain god. Divine intervention, someone who's not afraid to send a message.
Hermes?
Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You can be hurt or you can beat her. Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. She can turn you to an animal that'll end up on a plate. She can all but make you fall in love like you're on your 100th date. She can conjure up a monster that'll grind you to the bones. She has all the ways to haunt you when you take her on alone. Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You can be hurt or you can be turned. Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. Here in the root of this flower, there lies such a power to take her on. You must consume and digest it, then you'll manifest a being of your creation. All you need's imagination, though it's only for a moment till you've beaten your opponent. and I call this route Holy Moly.
Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You can be hurt or you can be hurt. Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conqueror. Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You can be hurt or you can be hurt. Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conqueror.
Hermes! Thank you. Don't thank me, friend. You very well may die. Good luck.
And this is the first time we have Avalanche as using their animatic, because it's something a little different than what I've seen from most. One thing I do love is that they use the more traditional depiction of what Hermes is supposed to look like. Very much the robe, the hat, and all that. But one of the biggest things for me is, in the original Odyssey, in the original poem turned novel, Hermes actually warns both Circe and Odysseus, and helps Odysseus. And some people read it as he's just a chaos gremlin looking to stir things up. But the fact of the matter is, I take it more as Hermes has always been on the side of the little guy. Hermes has always been, he's a messenger, so he's there to help things along and keep things relatively peaceful. And both, he understands the situation and mentalities of both parties in this conflict. He knows that Circe, so long as she has control, will never allow Odysseus to take anything from her. However, if he's a threat, he can theoretically deal with her as an equal, which is something that would be the desirable thing. So for me personally, I don't view it as Hermes actively looking to just cause problems, so much as he knows the individuals and is looking for the best solution for both parties involved. Because letting Circe just run roughshod over Odysseus isn't his big thing. He's a big fan of the little guy. And Odysseus, without Athena's backing, is the littlest of little guys at this point. Circe, on the other hand, is the daughter of Helios, the god of the sun. Letting him kill her sure as hell ain't an option, because Helios ain't too forgiving. We'll put it that way. So, anyway. That's my interpretation, is more, less the chaotic gremlin, and more he knows what's going on, and he knows the best result.
I must say, what a brilliant speech you gave.
Who goes there?
Just a friend who could help you save your men. A foe like Circe's not to be
The fact we never see his eyes, I love that.
The blessing of a certain god.
Except right there where he holds his hand up, and you get to see his eye for just a frame. And it's just this smug eye of, yeah, I know exactly the kind of person you are. Again, that's where I see it more in my mind, is he's aware of what Odysseus is like, and he knows that the best result is to level the playing field so that they can both go on their separate ways.
Certain god, divine intervention, someone who's not afraid to send a message.
The famous staff, the Pericles' staff, the medical symbol you usually see.
Hermes? Wouldn't you like a taste of the power?
And the voice and work is so good on this music, and the voice of Hermes just being that cackling, just laughter of enjoyment of knowing that he's got this all in the palm of his hands. That, and I love the art of the smug look of Odysseus kind of looking up at Hermes going, what are you doing?
Why wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the
That, and I love the little detail.
Deep in the night, the fight like to use more than words.
There, they use the actual Latin term for words.
Words. Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You can be hurt or you can be hurt. Wouldn't you like to have some other magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. She can turn you to an animal.
I love that he makes the pig on his tail. Pigtail, the ears, I love that.
Oh, that'll end up on a plate.
Shot and just laying on the plate. Love that.
She can all but make you fall in love like you're on your 100th date. She can conjure up a monster that'll grind you to the bones. She has all the ways to haunt you when you take her on alone. Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You can be hurt or you can be hurt. Wouldn't you like to have some other magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. Oh, oh. Here in the root of this flower that lies such a power to take her on. You must consume and digest it, then you'll manifest a being of your creation. All you need's imagination.
Again, a Latin term for imagination. And yeah, no. And the best thing is the original root is called moly. And it was supposed to be a sacred root that no mortal would be able to pluck without basically like having their lifespan.
It's only for a moment.
The little cute effect of it making his tongue glow.
You've beaten your opponent.
And I call this root Holy Moly.
Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight.
Again, I love that they use the original, the old depiction of Hermes for this. I love that.
You can be hurt or you can be hurt. Wouldn't you like to have some other magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You can be hurt or you can be hurt. Wouldn't you like to have some other magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her.
Hermes! Thank you.
Don't thank me, friend. You very well may die. Good luck.
And off he goes. So, I'll shut up, and now we go on to the next song.
Lady of the palace, sorry that I asked this, but I hope that I've been misinformed. I sent out some scouts to take a look around through here, and they wound up at your doors. Through the years we seldom get a warm welcome, so I must ask just to be sure. Did you do something to them?
Who, me? All I did was reveal their true form.
You turned them into pigs.
I don't know who you are nor why you're here, but let me make this one thing clear. I've got people to protect, nymphs I can't neglect, so I'm not taking chances, dear. If you make one wrong move, then you're done for. Anything I don't approve, then you're done for. I could put a spell on you and you're done for. Boy, you better run or soon you will be done for.
I don't mean to tip your scale, but you will fail at placing any spells on me. I just ate a flower, one that claims your power, so you better cower now and flee.
You must be a liar, mortals can't acquire money without dire consequence.
Then I must be a god like you, cause I got this root from the ground with my bare hands.
Hermes gave it to you, didn't he?
Okay, fine, yes. Well, regardless, you and I are now evenly matched. Our fates are intertwined, they're attached. I I've got people to protect, friends I can't neglect. So now there is no turning back. You've made your one wrong move, now you're done for. I will be the one to prove that you're done for. Not even a spell saves you, cause you're done for. Oh, you better run, or soon you will be done for.
You've lost.
My nymphs are like my daughters, I protect them at all costs. The last time we let strangers live, we faced a heavy loss. You've given me no reason to bestow you with my trust, but everyone's true colors are revealed in acts of lust.
I'm not sure I follow.
And that's actually where the song ends. It'll lead into the next one, but I love that how short and quick this one is, but there's so much dynamic to it. Especially musically, this is so good. We start off with Cersei's violin playing very, overpowering, just very controlled, representing how this is her domain. This is where she lives. And as far as the art goes, one thing I love is that it shows that she has nymphs, because they are living there with her, and it's nice to see that actually represented in the animatic. Like her playing with the little pig. And then we hear, Odysseus's guitar start to pluck and counter it.
Lady of the palace, sorry that I asked this, but I hope that I've been misinformed. I sent out some scouts to take a look around through here, and they wound up at your doors. Through the years we seldom get a warm welcome, so I must ask just to be sure. Did you do something to them?
Who, me? All I did was reveal their true form.
And again, you can hear that the piano and the violin this is still in her control.
You turn them into pigs.
And he doesn't even, again, he doesn't sing, he doesn't take in control, he's just blundering into the situation.
I don't know who you are, no.
And there she summons the choir to back her up. Again, Cersei is the daughter of a god, so it's clear she's got more than enough power herself.
You're here, but let me make this one thing clear.
Note that her choir, though, isn't as clear as some of the others, like for Poseidon, or when we hear Athena summon them. No, this is purely her actively, hers are incomplete, because she's not a full god. And I love the detail of her yellow eyes.
People to protect, nymphs I can't neglect, so I'm not taking chances, dear. If you make one wrong move.
And then we get this roar as she takes over control of the entire song.
Then you're done for. Anything I don't approve, then you're done for.
And we get that heavy percussion in the background. I love that.
I can put a spell on you when you're done for. Boy, you better run, or soon you will be done for.
I don't mean to tip your scale, but you will fail at placing any spells on me. I just ate a flower, one that claims your power, so you better cower now and flee.
You must be a liar, mortals can't.
We can note that as he's saying that, you can hear the guitar start to pick up as he's pushing back against her, allowing this contention of the music going back and forth. I love, and I love the downturned eyes here, that she's adopted this, dominating figure, but she realizes that yes, that's probably true. And she's trying to figure out how to proceed from here.
Without dire consequence.
She knows how bad it could be if he was trying to do it himself.
Then I must be a god like you, cause I got this root from the ground with my bare hands.
Hermes gave it to you, too.
And she calls him out immediately. I always love that. She's just like, I know exactly where you got it. Don't try to bullshit me.
Didn't he?
Okay, fine, yes. Well, regardless.
And Odysseus isn't clever enough to try and bullshit his way through that. He's just like, fine, you got me. Okay.
You and I are now evenly matched. Our fates are intertwined, they're attached. I've got people to protect, friends I can't neglect. So now there is no turning back.
And I love that little moment of her checking to make sure the nymphs are out of the way before she unleashes and goes for the fight. And I love that they both harmonize with each other, and just like their sources and their motivations are exactly the same, and that makes it all the more difficult for them to parse exactly what they need to do.
You've made your one wrong move now.
And there we see they both summon a monster to protect them. Again, Cersei's golden eye, like chimera, versus the biggest monster he could think of is, of course, the Cyclops, using his trauma to empower himself.
You're done for. I will be the one to prove that you're done for. Not even a spell saves you, cause you're done for. Oh, you better run, or soon you will be done for.
You've lost.
My nymphs are like my daughters, I protect them at all costs.
This expression of she's on the back foot. Nope, but the music is still her violin. She is not out of this yet.
The last time we let strangers live, we faced a heavy loss. You've given me no
And again, the little jewel on the bottom of her wand is a sun, because again, she's the daughter of Helios, the god of the sun.
reason to bestow you with my trust, but everyone's true colors are revealed in acts of lust.
I'm not sure I follow.
It's not a what, but it's just on the same par of what do you mean? And I'll shut up, and we'll go straight into the next. That leads straight into the next song.
There are other ways of persuasion. There are other modes of control. There are other means of deceit. There are other roads to the soul. There are other actions of passion. You have so much left to learn. Want to save your men from the fire. Show me that you're willing to burn.
Who's to say with all mistakes I've made
Don't be
that they
afraid.
will be the
Think
last
of your
mistakes I
past.
ever made?
Don't break when
There is so much power, but there's no puppet here.
This is the price we
I'm
pay
just
love.
a man.
There is no line,
I'm
never
just
enough. So
a
much power, so much power, but there's no puppet here.
I can't. Back at home, my wife awaits for me. She's my everything, my Penelope. And she's all my power. But it's been 12 long years, oh, 12 long years since I have seen my wife. And now the god of tides is out to end my life. So I beg you, Cersei, grant us mercy and let us puppets leave.
Poseidon, eh? There might be a way to evade him. There might be a way to get home. Though this other way's very dangerous, it might be your one final hope. I know of a brilliant prophet. Problem is this prophet is dead. I can't get you home, but I'll get you to the underworld instead. I'll release your men and I'll get you to the underworld instead.
Wait, you're helping us?
There are many ways of persuasion. There are many modes of control. Maybe Showing one act of kindness leads to kinder souls down the road. I remember actions of passion. I have been in love once before. Maybe one day the world will need a puppeteer no more. Or maybe one day the world will need a puppeteer.
So much power, but there's no puppet here. No, she's not a bear, she's a puppeteer. No, she's not a bear, she's a puppeteer, yeah.
Show me that you're willing to
I won't comment on it any more than this. I adore this end picture of him complaining to Cersei about missing his wife and her just being the most exasperated of just, thank you for utterly ruining the mood. Because in the original, it's never outright stated, but it's heavily implied he slept, he stayed on the island and slept with Cersei for a while. And, yeah. So, this picks up exactly after, she's been bested in the open fight. And I love the way Gigi depicts this.
other ways of persuasion. There are other modes of control.
Where she's absolutely on the back foot, but she's not lost control. At no point is Cersei completely out of the situation. She is seeking to take control, and she will use whatever means, no matter how dirty she needs to. Like she said, she will do anything to protect her nymphs.
There are other means of deceit. There are other roads to the soul.
And I love that she has just a snap of her fingers to change the lighting and make it a private.
There are other actions of passion.
Slips away from him.
You have so much left to learn.
And then undoes her hair to do a massive hair flip. Oh, I love it.
Want to save your men from the fire. Show me that you're willing to burn.
Who's to say with the mistakes I've made?
Don't be afraid.
And I love the monstrous shadow she casts going around the screen,
Don't be
showing that she has not changed from what she was. She's still the monster. She's just made herself more, more appealing looking.
Will be the last mistakes I ever made.
She's, circling him like a predator, looking to pounce on him.
Don't break them.
There is so much power, but there's no puppet here.
And again, we hear none of Odysseus's guitar. It is purely her violin, her instrumentation just going.
This is the price.
I love this depiction of her crawling towards him.
I'm just on
There is no line.
I'm
Never
just
enough. So much power. So much power. But
And she's about to just kill him. That's it. She's just willing to just kill him.
there's no puppet here.
I can't.
And that genuine just look of absolute, what the fuck? Did I just fail to seduce him? And it's more that, and it's just like, holy shit, no, did he just push me away?
Back at home, my wife awaits for me. She's my everything, my Penelope. And she's all my power, but it's been 12 long years.
And just the genuine look of, he's genuinely not interested. I'm surprised. I'm a little insulted, but a little surprised.
Oh, 12 long years since I have seen my wife, and now the god of tides is out to end my life.
So I beg you, Circe, grant us mercy and let us puppets leave.
This shot on the eyes where it's truly sinking in. He's truly that desperate. He is being absolutely 100% sincere. He just wants to go home.
Poseidon, eh? There might be a way to evade him. There might be a way to get.
And the little touch of her having a magical thing to just redo her hair braids. So she can just, you know, undo and do her hair as she wants, whenever.
At home, though this other way's very dangerous, it might be your one final hope. I know of a brilliant prophet. Problem is this prophet is dead.
They're just, and from this point the music changes so sharply. That heavy piano hit where it's just like, oh, we're going somewhere horrible, aren't we?
Can't get you home.
And the music and the coloration changes from that warm pink to this cold and darker colors.
But I'll get you to the underworld instead. I'll release your men and I'll get you to the underworld instead.
Wait, you're helping us?
There are many ways of persuasion.
And we return to the pink warm and her music again, and it's the point of, yeah, and she's telling him point blank, oh no, I'm going to help you. I'm going to expect a favor in the future, probably. Like, it's clear that she's saying that she's not doing this out of the goodness of her heart. She's doing this because this is a way to get him out of here and remove the problem. Again, it's what I think Hermes was hoping was the inevitable end of their situation was, if you put both parties on edge, and they're going to inevitably fight, but a fight doesn't always have to end with someone dead. And that's what he was hoping for.
There are many modes of control. Maybe showing one.
The nervousness of the nymphs just looking over and seeing Odysseus, and she just comes by.
Kindness leads to kinder souls down
She
the road.
winks.
I remember actions of passion. I have been in love once before. Maybe one day the world will need a puppeteer no more.
Her just giggling at the pigs running away from her after realizing who it is.
Or maybe one
And again, her eyes going gold as she uses magic. I love all the little
day
details.
the world will need a puppeteer.
And of course the soldiers all running away. Okay, this one up here is actually a reference. There's actually one, during the time that they're on Circe's island in the original Odyssey, there is one soldier who dies. Exactly one. He gets drunk, he gets on Circe's roof, falls off and breaks his neck. He is the only person who dies during the time they're on Circe's island in the original novel. And it's just like, so that one guy being up there is purely just a reference to that one guy who dies. And her just going, don't thank me, because this is not for free. I imagine there's some cost to this. And the men repeating her refrain, showing how she's let them go, and they go, right, we know what she is now. And that's the end of the Circe saga, moving us into, well, where she said them to go, the underworld. So I'll shut up and enjoy.
I am the prophet
Alright, actually I'm screwed up. I missed one of the... I could have sworn I did. Oh well. We're missing a song. Oh. I'm missing one, so we'll just pick one. I thought I picked one, but oh well. Alright. Yeah, we'll go with this one. Sorry about that, folks. I thought I'd put it all in.
Friends, Cersei's instructions were clear. No matter what we hear, full speed ahead until we find the prophet. My comrades, this land confuses your mind. So no matter who we find, full speed ahead until we find the prophet. Good. All I hear are screams. Every time I dare to close my eyes, I no longer dream. Only nightmares of those who've died. Nothing's what it seems. Nothing's what it seems. And here in the underworld, the past seems close behind. This land confuses your mind. When does a man become a monster? 558 men who died under your command. Captain, 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 why would you let the Cyclops live when ruthlessness is mercy? All I hear are screams. Every time I dare to close my eyes, I no longer dream. Only nightmares of those who died. Nothing's what it seems. Nothing's what it seems. But in the underworld, the past seems close behind. I keep thinking of the infant from that night. I keep thinking of the infant from that night.
This life is amazing when you greet it with open arms. Whatever we face, we'll be fine if we're leading from the heart. No matter the place where we can light up the world, here's how to start. Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms.
Apologies. That voice. It can't be. Mom?
Odysseus, when you come home, I'll be waiting. Even if you're the last thing I see, I'll be
I'm
waiting.
right here, Mom. Can't you see? I'm waiting. I took too long
I'll always love you.
and ventured too
I'll stay in
far
your heart.
while you were
Waiting, waiting, waiting.
Bye, Mom.
All I hear are screams. All I hear are screams. Every time I dare to close my eyes, I no longer dream. I no longer dream. Only nightmares of those who died. Nothing's what it seems. Nothing's what it seems. But in the underworld, your past is always close behind. Your past is always close behind. Down in the underworld.
Sorry, I thought I had put that on the playlist. So we'd skip I knew we skipped something. Okay. But yeah, we switch up to Britt Brown Pixel, using a more robust and, you know, a more broad example of Odysseus. I love the artistic detail and the expressiveness, especially down here for this piece that is so much of an emotional gut punch for Odysseus.
Friends!
And again, we're back to that light guitar, just going with him leading the way.
Circe's instructions were clear. No matter what we hear,
Full speed ahead.
until we find the prophet, my comrades. This land confuses your mind, so no matter who we find,
Full speed ahead until we find the prophet.
good.
The depiction of all the souls of the river Styx just flowing through. The little flashing lightning effects. I know it's basic, but it works so well for this.
All I hear are screams. Every time I dare to close my eyes, I no longer dream. Only nightmares of those who've died. Nothing's what it seems.
Nothing's what it seems.
And here in the underworld, the past seems close behind.
This land confuses your mind. When does a man become?
And this doubts keeping them as they show up, the crew shows up to, you know, blame Odysseus and, you know, make him shake his entire mentality.
558 men who died under your command. Captain, 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 why would you let the Cyclops live when ruthlessness is mercy?
All I hear are screams.
That's what he keeps having to tell himself over and over. They're just screaming. They're not arguing against me. They're not, you know, blaming me, even though it is my fault.
Every time I dare to close my eyes, I no longer dream. Only nightmares of those who died.
Nothing's what it seems.
Nothing's what it seems.
But in the underworld, the past seems close behind.
I keep thinking of the infant from that night. I keep thinking of the infant from that night.
This life is amazing when you.
And there's Politis coming back. And I remember hearing something about how they, all the dead are actually hitting, everything you hear from them is all about their last thoughts when they die. So this would be Politis is still, even as was killed by the Cyclops, never relented on his personal philosophy.
With open arms, whatever we face, we'll be fine if we're leading from the heart. No matter the place where we can light up the world, here's how to start. Greet the world with open arms, greet the world with open arms.
Oh, jeez. That voice. It can't be.
Yeah.
Mom?
Odysseus, when you come home, I'll be waiting. Even if you're the last thing I see, I'll be
I'm right here, Mom. Can't you see? I'm waiting. I took too long.
I'll always
I mean, there's not much to say with this song. So much of it is just an emotional gut punch of, hitting Odysseus, that his guilt already exasperating. And then, Polites, and then his mother, the realization that he took so long in getting home, that she passed away before he ever made it back. And the feeling of he's now got one less person to look forward to seeing, and just the guilt of knowing that her soul is in the Hades, still waiting for something that will never come. But he has to push that aside, so claim that they're nothing but screams, and just push his pain aside to focus on getting to this prophet.
Every time I dare to close my eyes, I no longer dream. Only nightmares of those who died. Nothing's what it seems. But in the underworld, your past is always close behind. Your past is always close behind. Down in the underworld.
So good. Forgot to hit like on that. Okay. So there's that. So then we can go back to the original playlist, and now we can head back to No Longer You for the Prophet's Pit of the song.
I've unlocked it. I am the prophet with the answers you seek. Time, I've unlocked it. I see past and future running free. There is a world where I help you get home, but that's not a world I know. What? I see a song of past romance. I see the sacrifice of man. I see portrayals of betrayal and a brother's final stand. I see you on the brink of death. I see you try your final breath. I see a man who gets to make it home alive, but it's no longer you. This can't be. We've suffered and sailed through the toughest of hells. Now you tell us our efforts for nothing. I see your palace covered in red, faces of men who had long believed you're dead. I see your wife with a man who is haunting, a man with a trail of bodies. Ooh! I see a song of past romance. I see the sacrifice of man. I see portrayals of betrayal and a brother's final stand. I see you on the brink of death. I see you try your final breath. I see a man who gets to make it home alive, but it's no longer you.
That has to hurt. And again, this is a gut punch for Odysseus. The idea that he finally reaches everything, and this is what he finds. This heavy violin, this whole orchestra, and it's specifically, This is different sound than everything else we've heard up to this point.
I am the prophet with the answers you see.
And, you know, he doesn't ask who he is. He's like, yeah, I'm that guy. I know exactly why you're here, and I know what you're exactly for.
Time, I've unlocked it. I see past and future running free. There is a world where I help you get home, but that's not a world I know. What? I see a song of past romance. I see the sacrifice of man. I see portrayals.
And so far, we've seen, you know, he's describing things that are seemingly have happened and will happen in the future, because to him it's all blended together. He sees time back and forward at the same time. So how much he knows or how much is to come still.
Of betrayal and a brother's final stand. I see you on the brink of death. I see you try a final breath. I see a man who gets to make it home alive.
And there we see, you know, it's got a scar. It's Odysseus's same outline, but it's not him.
It's no longer you.
So you'll make it home, but it won't be you.
This can't be. We've suffered and sailed through the toughest of hells. Now you tell us our efforts for nothing. I see your power.
And again, he doesn't change. Odysseus is getting mad, but you don't hear any of Odysseus's guitar in this. It's clear that the prophet has absolute control of the moment and is just in charge and telling him exactly what he doesn't want to hear. But what he needs to hear.
Covered in red, faces of men who had long believed you're dead. I see your wife with a man who is haunting, a man with a trail of bodies.
I love that. Just that, who the fuck? No!
I see a song of past romance.
And again, I love this. The prophet just continuing on, telling him exactly what he needs to hear.
I see the sacrifice of man. I see portrayals of betrayal and a brother's final stand. I see you on the brink of death.
And this choir comes in, calling in the voices, all of those who know what he's looking at.
I see you try your final.
And it's almost impossible to make out what they're actually saying in the choir. I know some people have tried and it's not really gone well.
I see a man who gets to make it home alive, but it's no longer you.
And the absolute strength being drained out of him by learning this truth. Alright. And one more. The last song of the Act 1 of the Epic the musical. So, enjoy.
How has everything been turned against us? How did suffering become so endless? How am I to reunite reunite with my estranged? Do I need to change? I'm surrounded by the souls of those I've lost. I'm the only one whose line I haven't crossed. What if the greatest threat we'll find across the sea is me? What if I'm the monster? What if I'm in the wrong? What if I'm the problem that's been hiding all along? What if I'm the one who killed you every time I cave to guilt? What if I've been far too kind to foes, but a monster to ourselves? What if I'm the monster? Is the Cyclops struck with guilt when he kills? Is he up in the middle of the night? Or does he end my men to avenge his friend and then sleep knowing he has done him right? When the witch turns men to pigs to protect her nymphs, is she going insane? Or did she learn to be colder when she got older and now she saves them the pain? When a god comes down and makes a fleet drown, is he scared that he's doing something wrong? Or does he keep us in check so we must respect him and now no one dares to piss him off? Does a soldier use a wooden horse to kill sleeping Trojans cause he is vile? Or does he throw away his remorse and save more lives with guile? If I became the monster and threw that guilt away, would that make us stronger? Would it keep our foes at bay? If I became the monster to everyone but us and made sure we got home again, who would care if we're unjust? If I became the oh, ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. And deep down I know this well. I lost my best friend, I lost my mentor, my mom, 500 men gone. This can't go on, I must get to see Penelope and Telemachus. So if we must sail through dangerous oceans and beaches, I'll go where Poseidon won't reach us. And if I gotta drop another infant from a wall in an instant so we all don't die, then I'll become the monster. I will deal the blow, and I'll become the monster like none they've ever known. So what if I'm the monster lurking deep below? I must become the monster, and then we'll make it home. Penelope, I'll become the monster.
Yeah. It's interesting to talk about Odysseus's understanding of things. Because it's clear from this one, what lesson he's taking away is just, is the type of ruthlessness and who it needs to be leveled at. He's not taking anything in that in consideration. He's just saying, I'm just going to be cutthroat and merciless. But how he gets there is interesting.
How has everything been turned against us?
You know, everything's against us now. The whole world is dark against us.
How did suffering become so endless? How am I to reunite with my estranged? Do I need to change? I'm surrounded by the souls of those I've lost.
Literally, he's in the underworld.
I'm the only one whose line I haven't crossed. What if the greatest threat we'll find across the sea is me? What if I'm the monster? What if I'm in the wrong? What if I'm the problem that's been hiding all along?
he's starting to get it, that his decisions are what's led to the situation where, you know, again, he was warned, he was cautioned, he was told, and he's ignored it, and he's been the one making the decisions. The problem is what he links it to it beyond that.
What if I'm the one who killed you? Every time I cave to guilt. What if I've been far too kind to foes, but a monster to ourselves? What if I'm the monster? Is the cycle?
And then the beat drop hits, and he starts going over the various antagonists they've come across.
Clock struck with guilt when he kills. Is he up in the middle?
Along with that heartbeat throbbing of just feeling of, oh yeah, and just like that tension inside of him.
Of the night, or does he end my men to avenge his friend and then sleep knowing he has done right? When the witch turns men to pigs to protect her nymphs, is she?
And he even recognizes she was doing it to protect her people, the exact same way I was.
Going insane, or did she learn to be colder when she got older and now she saves them the pain? What?
I love this depiction of Cersei after whatever happened to the nymphs, where she's just sitting there furious.
And a god comes down and makes the fleet drown. Is he scared that he's doing something wrong? Or does he keep us in check so we must respect him and now no one dares to piss him off? Does a soldier use a wooden horse to kill sleeping?
It goes through all the antagonists and then himself reflecting on what he's done.
Trojans cause he is vile, or does he throw
and reflecting on the lives he was trying to save.
away his remorse and save more lives with guile if I became the monster?
And this is where he misunderstands the lesson. He wants to...
Threw that guilt away. Would that make us stronger? Would it keep our foes at bay? If I became the monster to everyone but us, and made sure we got home again, who would care if we're unjust? If I became the...
And there we can hear the reverberation of the crew more, the idea of, if that's what it takes.
Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. And deep down I know this well. I lost my best friend, I lost my mentor, my mom, 500 men gone. This can't go on, I must get to see Penelope and Telemachus. So if we must sail through dangerous oceans and beaches.
And then again we get into this rapid fire where I love the depiction of him on a boat by himself, just paddling away, just trying to get home in the middle of a storm.
Go where Poseidon won't reach us. And if I gotta drop another infant from a wall in an instant so we all don't die, then I'll become the monster.
And him just taking the monster's hand and taking it into himself.
I will deal the blow, and I'll become the monster like none they've ever known. So what if I'm the monster lurking deep below? I must become the monster, and then we'll make it home.
And the little detail here of her basically ripping off Politi's headband off of him, representing the complete absence and the opposite in the removal of his humanity and empathy.
Become the monster.
And the reflections revealing that that is the only way he can see himself anymore is that nightmarish monster, that faceless figure that will do anything for his goals.
I became the monster.
So good. And that's the end of Act 1 of Epic the Musical. There's a few more songs out at the moment, but I think we'll leave it there for tonight. I've got an event about how good the music is, and I hope you all get to enjoy it. So, I want to thank you all for joining me. We had a rough start today, but I hope it was worth it for you all. Anyway, thank you all for joining me. I've been the Ephemeral One, and I'll see you next time on something else. Bye for now, folks. Bye for now.